If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1970 Ford Mustang Boss might have a slight edge on the Okayama GP circuit. It's got that classic muscle car vibe with a bit more modern handling and power for a race like this. The Chevrolets are strong contenders too, especially the 1970 Camaro. But the Mustang Boss has that mix of power and agility that could make it a little more competitive on a track like that. The rest are cool classics, but probably more suited for straight-line cruising than a tight, technical circuit. Hey everyone! The countdown is almost up, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic muscle car showdown on Okayama GP Betsmar. In the 1968 Dodge Dart. Huh? That car is more about raw power and vintage charm. I'm impressed with the 1970 Dodge Challenger. That one's got a bit more muscle and a reputation for being a bit more aggressive on the track. Honestly, if it comes down to handling and race finesse, I'd give a tiny edge to the Challenger. Just because it's a bit newer, and might have a slight advantage in aerodynamics and performance tweaks. But don't underestimate the Dart. Sometimes the old-timers surprise us with their stubborn spirit and sheer grit. So, I'd say the Challenger has a slight edge for this race. But this is AI racing. So who knows? Anything can happen. Alright everyone. The vintage Trans Am race kicks off at Okayama GP, and look who's on pole. The classic 1968 Pontiac Firebird, driven by Scrooge Champ. It's vintage versus modern. and I'm betting this beauty will make some serious noise up front. Scrooge Champ has taken an early lead. Bacio Grande is right behind in second, and I am holding on to third place for now. The top three are already setting the pace. Two Gone It DTV is making a bold move, climbing up to 21st place. Bacio Grande is holding strong at the front, now in first. Betsmar is inching closer to the top, now in fifth. Morning Stazel advances to 7th place. The Chaotic Weirdo climbs to 9. Lady Gami and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 9. Betsma and Bunny Softdoom are neck and neck for 4th place. Morning Starsel and Amy are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Appy Dope is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots tonight. Betsmar is climbing fast into 3rd place. Morning Starsel is making a move into 5th. The 8th Empress is also advancing into 6th. Looks like a little shuffle at the top. I know. Abby Dope just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Lady Gammy and AP Dope are nose to nose for that same spot. Bill the Old Guy and the Chaotic Weirdo are locked in a close fight for 11. Maya is closing in on the pack, gaining ground. Asironi and Iconic Odd are locked in a fierce duel for the 18th spot. Zap Brannigan is inching forward, climbing to 23rd. Ozidfu 2 is climbing up to 19th place. 2 Gone It DTV is also moving up to 20th place. Bees Miggy and Asironi are neck and neck for 21st place. Scrooge Champ is now in 1st place. Betsmara is gaining on Bacio Grande, closing the gap by 1-3 seconds. Lady Gami has moved up to 9th place. The Chaotic Weirdo is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro and is currently in 9th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Zap Brandigan is making a serious move, overtaking 22 cars to take the lead. Scrooge Champ and Zap Brandigan are nose to nose for 1st place. Shoto Todoroki at 39 and Iconic Odd are locked in a close fight for 17th. Scrooge Champ is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Scrooge Champ is now in 1st place. Bacio Grande has moved up to 2nd. Betsmar is in 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Bunny Soft Doom is climbing up to 7th place. Bees McGee is making a move to 19th. Two Gone It DTV and Shoto Todoroki 39 are battling for the 17th place. Zap Brandigan is closing in on Caffeinated Car, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. T Empress and Morning Starsol are locked in a close fight for 5th place. The Chaotic Weirdo and Playdygami are also battling for 9th. Two Gone It DTV is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. The F Empress is now in 4th place, closing the gap with Maya Duart Mia. The race for 4th is heating up. Bunnies of Doom is inching closer to Morningstar, cutting the distance by 1.4 seconds. Bunnies of Doom is gaining on Morningstar Soul, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. APR Dope just moved up 1 spot to 11. Someone is sneaking up on Bill the Old Guy, narrowing the distance by a little over a second. Wow, Scrooge champ, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Scrooge champ really took the checkered flag, huh? Congratulations. Looks like all that practice paid off. I guess they were the speediest one on the track today. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Alton Park Foster circuit, I would probably go with the 2019 Porsche 91192. Carrera S. It combines modern engineering with a good balance of power and handling, which is essential for a twisty circuit like Foster's. Plus, its agility and braking capabilities should give it a solid edge over some of the older, more nostalgic rides. But hey, with this eclectic list, any of them could surprise us if they're feeling particularly spirited that day. Hey everyone! If you're feeling extra generous and want to show some love, you can subscribe to the Patreon. The rewards are pretty minimal, but it's a nice way to support the stream if you're into that kind of thing. No pressure at all, just thought I'd mention it in case anyone wants to chip in. Hey everyone! If you want to support the stream without spending a dime, the easiest way is just to tell your friends about it. Spread the word and let others know we're here watching AI cars race. It helps more than you think and keeps the fun going. Alright everyone, you better hurry up if you want to pick your favorite car before the countdown runs out. Time's almost up, so don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your champion. Alright, looking at these two contenders, it's quite the interesting matchup. Mutwolf has that sleek 2021 Nissan 400Z, which is known for its modern engineering, agility, and speed. It's practically built for quick turns and high-speed straights at Alton Park. On the other side, Mobius has the 2005 Panos Esperanto GT-LM. Sure, it's a bit older and more of a classic American GT car. But don't underestimate the charm and the raw power it might bring. However, its age might work against it in a tight race like this, especially against a more recent design. Honestly, I'd say Mutt-Wolff's modern setup and advanced features give him a slight edge here. The Nissan's likely to be more nimble and faster on this circuit, but hey, that classic Panos could surprise us if it gets the right line through the corners. Still, I'm placing my bets on Mutt-Wolff's Nissan to cross the finish line first. Alright everyone, this race at Alton Park Fosters is brought to you by me, so go ahead and thank me later. Captain Canadian is on pole driving a 2005 Panos Esperante GLM in the combined slow cars class. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the AI has other plans. Aussie 12002 is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Amy is losing ground, dropping back 8 spots. Maya is making a slow descent, falling 16 positions. Just Panchakis is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 11. Trifonanity 3 is making a move as well, grabbing 3 positions to 15. Bees McGee is not far behind, also gaining 3 places to 17. The race is heating up. Just Panchakis is really having a rough time, dropping 12 places to 23rd. Pani 3 is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Iron Crusher Wooden Cross is also moving up 1 spot to 12. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing up to 2nd place. Captain Canadian and Tyler are still neck and neck for that spot. Mutt-Wolff is also making a move, now in 5th place. Trifonanity 3 is climbing up 2 spots to 11th place. Pani 3 and Trifonanity 3 are nose to tail for 11th. Bees McGee and Amy are locked in a close fight for 15th. Bees McGee is climbing to 15th place, and Fatic is closing the gap on Super Siggy by 2:30 seconds. Just Panchakis is moving up to 23rd place. Patsots advances to 7th place. Aussie 2002 also climbs to 8th. Trifonanity 3 and Schmerzen Live are locked in a close fight for 10th. D-Fitz is now in 5th place, closing the gap with the Mobius. Mobius and D-Fizzards are nose to tail, no room for error. Trifonanity 3 has moved into 10th place, making a small but noticeable climb. Beast McGee is creeping closer to Iron Crusher Wooden Cross, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hinfatic is climbing up to the 17th spot. Maya is narrowing the distance to Amy by 2/4 seconds. Trifonunity 3 is closing in on James Nisk. The gap is shrinking fast. Beast McGee has climbed one spot to 13. Super Siggy has also moved up one position to 15. D-Fits just edged out Mutwolf for 4th place. Patsorts is holding off Mobius for 6th. Beast McGee and Penny 3 are still neck and neck for 12th. Trifonunity 3 is really closing the gap on James Nisk. Looks like a battle brewing. Beast McGee is climbing up to 11th place. Super Siggy is making a move to 13th. Things are heating up. Givenserogai just moved up one spot to 19. Just Penchakis is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by 2.7 seconds. Schmerzenlive is right behind Beast McGee now, closing the gap to just over a second. They're battling for the 11th spot. Givenserogai is gaining on Xpacix Wix, closing in by a little over a second. Just Penchakis is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 18. Trifonunity 3 is chipping away at James Nisk, closing the gap by a second and a half. Super Siggy is on the rise, climbing 1 place to 12. Henfatic is now just behind Penny 3, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya is gaining on Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. 5 Nalgai and Xpacix Witchix are locked in a fierce fight for the 19th spot. Mutwolf is climbing up to 3rd place. Captain Canadian and Mutwolf are nose to nose for that spot. Trifonunity 3 is closing in on James Nisk, cutting the gap by over a second. Just Pentakis is climbing up to 17. Waffling Godders is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing in by a second and a third. Shalesy's car is a vintage 1968 Morgan Plus 8, known for its classic design and lightweight feel. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle with a time of nearly 18 seconds behind the leader, sitting in 14th place. Tylodromes 31 is closing in on a car 77 fast, just 2.4 seconds behind. Henfatic is climbing up to 13th place, and Maya is making her way to 15th place, inching closer to the top. Trifonunity 3 just overtook someone to climb to 9th place. James Nisk and Trifonunity 3 are nose to tail for 9th position. Beast McGee is closing in on James Nisk, cutting the gap by a second. Just Penchakis is climbing fast into the top 15. Schmerzenlive and Just Pancakes are nose to nose for that same spot. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is chipping away at Penny 3's lead, closing in steadily. Tylodromes 31 is closing in on ER77 and has cut the gap by 2 seconds. Maya is gaining on Schmerzenlive and has shrunk the distance by 1.7 seconds. Mutwolf is inching closer to Tyler Drums 31. The gap shrinking by almost 1.5 seconds. Just Penchakis is gaining on Henfatig, closing in by a similar margin. And I'm closing in on Schmerzen Live, reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Things are heating up. Captain Canadian is closing in on Mutwolf, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Deserts is gaining on Captain Canadian, closing the distance by just over a second. Trifonani 3 is climbing up the leaderboard, moving into 8th place. Tyler Drums 31 is gaining on Ikar 77, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. D Fitzerds is also on the move, catching up to Captain Canadian with a solid push. Yamobius is creeping closer to Defizzards, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Trifonenti 3 is climbing up to 7th place, leaving someone behind. Ozzy at Ryudu at 10 and 2, and Patzors are nose to nose for 8. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Ozzy at 2002, and Patzors are nose to tail for 8th place. James Misk is sneaking closer, chipping away at Ozzy 2002's lead by 1.4 seconds. Just Panchakas and Henfatig are locked in a tight fight for 13th. No room for error there. Mutwolf is closing in on Tyler Drums 31 fast, just a few seconds behind now. Ozzy at 2002 has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Patzors and Ozzy 210-2 are locked in a tight fight for 8th. Deferds is now in 4th place, trying to break away from Captain Canadian. Captain Canadian and Defizzards are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Trifoninity 3 has moved up to 6th place, closing in on the top 5. Patzorts is narrowing the gap to Yamobius by 1.6 seconds. Bees McGee is closing in on James Miss by 2 seconds. I am moving up 1 spot to 14th place. Patzorts is closing in on Yamobius, the gap shrinking by 1.7 seconds. Bees McGee is gaining on James Nisk, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Guy is climbing the leaderboard, moving up 1 spot to take 8th place. Trifonunity 3 is climbing up to 5th place. Patzorts is catching Yamobius, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Bees McGee is inching closer to James Nisk, chipping away almost 2 seconds. Ozzy Dwaylu 22 is climbing up to 8th place. Maya is chipping away at Just Pancakes, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Givensirogai is catching Schmerzen Live, also narrowing the distance by a similar margin. Deferds is gaining on Mutwolf and closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. James Misk is also closing in on Patzorts, reducing the distance by 1.44 seconds. James Misk is hot on Patzorts' tail now, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Zupersigi just jumped 1 spot to 11. Just Penchakis is gaining on Bees McGee, narrowing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Just Panchakis is really closing the gap on Bees McGee. Now, they're just a second behind. Maya and Just Panchakis are locked in a tight battle for the 13th spot. Amy is climbing up to 21st place, making her way through the pack. Mutwolf is gaining on Tyler Drums 31, now just 2.5 seconds behind. Maya has climbed one spot to 13. Hinfachik has also moved up one spot to 14. Tyler Drums 31 is catching up to Ikar 77 quickly. Pat Swords is inching closer to Aussie 2002. Super Sigi is narrowing the gap to James Misk. Trifonini 3 is now in 4th place, climbing one spot. Captain Canadian has moved into 5th position, also up one spot. Yamobius is in 6th after gaining one position. Tyler Drums 31 is chipping away at Ikar 77's lead, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Patsorts is climbing up to 8th place, and James Misk is sneaking into 9th. Looks like the race is heating up. Tyler Drums 31 is gaining on Ikar 77, closing the gap by 1.42 seconds. James Misk is catching up to Patsors, narrowing it by 1.2 seconds. Just Panchakis is creeping closer to Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, cutting it down by 1.1 seconds. Gavinsarogai is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place. Schmerzenlive is right behind, also making a move to 13. Just Panchakis is not far behind, pushing into 15. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. James Misk is climbing to 8th place. Beast McGee is now 9th. Isaac Spitz has moved up to 18. Ozzy Dulo at 10 and 2 is climbing up to 5th place. James Misk is closing in on Potswords, chipping away at the gap by 1.4 seconds. Just Panchakis is catching Super Sigi, narrowing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Trifo983 is hot on Mutwolf's tail, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Patswords is gaining on Iamobius, cutting nearly 3 seconds. James Misk is creeping up on Patswords, chipping away at 2.5 seconds. Trifonenti 3 and Mutwolf are nose to tail for 2nd place. Aussie Ubuntu 10 and 2 just gained one spot to sit in 4th. Captain Canadian and Aussie 2002 are also fighting hard for that same 4th position. Yamobius is creeping up on Captain Canadian, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Bees McGee is chipping away at James Misk, getting closer by 1.5 seconds. Just Panchakis is narrowing the distance to Schmerzenlive, reducing it by a little over a second. Bees McGee is gaining on James Misk, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Ditserets is creeping closer to Tyler Drums 31, reducing the distance by 1.30 seconds. Super Sigi is inching towards Fivenzarogai, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Woodwolf is closing in on a car 77, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Aussie Wu 2 is climbing up to 3rd place. Captain Canadian is also moving up to 4th place. Super Siggy is closing in on James Smith, now just under 8 seconds behind. Juspan Kekis has overtaken 4 cars and is now in 14th place. East Basic Switch is gaining on Henfatig, closing the gap by over 11 seconds. Super Siggy is gaining on James Nisk, closing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 14. Schmerzenlieb has also moved up 1 spot to 15. Iron Crusoe Wooden Cross is gaining fast on Henfatig, closing the gap by 11 seconds. Turfinity 3 is inching closer to Bees McGee, shaving off nearly 2 seconds. James Smith is narrowing the distance to Favinzarogai by almost 3 seconds. Captain Canadian is really stalking Aussie 22 now. Pat Swords and Mobius are neck and neck for 5th place. Tyler Drums 31 is closing in on Trifanity 3, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Aussie 22 is inching closer to Muttwolf, the gap shrinking by over 1.5 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 is catching Trifanity 3 at a similar pace. And I am closing in on James Nisk, cutting the distance by almost 2 seconds. Things are heating up. Bees McGee is gaining on Patsors, inching closer. Dave Thetz is closing the gap on Tyler Drums 31 with some speed. And Maya is making a move on James Nisk, cutting nearly 4 seconds off that distance. Mutwolf is gaining on Ikar 77, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Mobius is inching closer to Captain Canadian, not giving up. D-Thirds is sneaking up on Tyler Drums 31. Looks like a tight battle brewing. Trifanity 3 is gaining on Bees McGee, closing the gap to just under a second. D-Thirds is rapidly approaching Tyler Drums 31, now only a few car lengths behind. Super Siggy is inching closer to Favin Sarogai, but still has some ground to make up. Captain Canadian is hot on Aussie 22's tail, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Pat Swords is creeping up on Mobius, gaining a second and a bit. Tyler Drums 31 is inching closer to Trifanenti 3, chipping away at that 1.5 seconds. Captain Canadian is gaining Aussie 2002, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Super Siggy has moved up 1 spot to take the 11th position. Maya is also climbing 1 spot now, 12th. Trifanini 3 is closing in on Bees McGee, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Schmerzenlieb is climbing up to 14th place. Henfatig is moving up to 15th place. Mobius is gaining on Captain Canadian, getting closer by almost 3 seconds. Trifinity 3 is chipping away at Bees McGee's lead, closing in by 140 seconds. Infatig is making a move on Schmerzenlive, narrowing the gap by just over a second. Immobius is gaining on Captain Canadian, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Patsorts and the Immobius are nose to tail for 5th place. This could get interesting. Dragnin E3 is right behind Bees McGee now, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Henfatik has moved up one spot to 14th place. Givinserogai is gaining on Schmerzenlive, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Five Enserogai is driving a 2017 Maserati Ghibli S. Looks like he's struggling a bit, currently in 17th place, and over 10 seconds behind the leader. Not exactly setting the world on fire. Bees McGee is gaining on Patsors, closing the gap to just over a second. Givenserogai is hot on Schmerzenlive's tail, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Apex Milkbag is driving a vintage Holden Monaro GTS from 1973. They're currently in the 22nd position, struggling a bit with a lap time of over 1 minute 16. Looks like they're having a tough race so far. Trifinity 3 is inching closer to Bees McGee, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Maya is catching up to Super Siggy, narrowing it down by almost 2 seconds. Givenserogai is creeping up on Schmerzenlive, chipping away at nearly 2 seconds. Aussie 2002 is gaining on Muttwolf, getting closer by 1.2 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 is narrowing the distance to Trifinity 3 by 2.1 seconds. 5 Snow Guy is closing in on Schmerzenlive, reducing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Muttwolf is gaining on Ikar 77, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Aussie 2002 is hot on Muttwolf's tail now. Tyler Drums 31 is creeping closer to Trifinity 3. Looks like a battle is brewing. Muttwolf is gaining on Ikar 77, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 is closing in on Trifinity 3, just over a second behind now. James Misk is catching up to Maya, closing the distance by about 2 seconds. Trifinity 3 is driving a 2015 Porsche 911 long Turbo S. They're currently in 8th place, just ahead of the pack, with a fastest lap of 6.125. Looks like they're holding their own in the middle of the field. Super Siggy is closing in on D Fizzards fast, just 7.9 seconds behind. Henfatig is gaining on James Misk, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Givenserogai has moved up one spot, now in 15th place. James Misk is now right behind Maya and looking for an overtake. Henfatig is closing fast on James Misk, just a second behind. Captain Canadian is gaining on Aussie 22,002, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Henfatic is hot on James Mist's tail, closing in rapidly. Aussie at 1002 is inching closer to Muttwolf, cutting the gap by a second and a bit. Potsorts is climbing up to 5th place. Trifonine83 is gaining on Bees McGee, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. The modern street cars are dominating with the top 2 spots and fast lap times, likely thanks to the powerful and agile cars. Vintage and retro classes are lagging behind, probably due to less grip and tech. The track seems to favor newer tech and speed. Aussie Eternity was climbing to 2nd place. Bees McGee is narrowing the gap to Mobius by almost 3 seconds. Trifa93 is catching up to Bees McGee, closing the distance by a bit over a second and a half. Captain Canadian is gaining on Muttwolf, closing the gap to just over 2 seconds. Zupa Siggy is creeping closer to Defizids, narrowing the distance by a little over a second and a half. Aussie, Etwu Tunan 2, is gaining on Ikar 77. The gap shrinks by 1.7 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 is closing in on Trifonity 3, closing the distance by a second. Super Siggy is creeping up on D Fizzards, cutting the gap by 1.9 seconds. Aussie 2010 is right behind Ikar 77 now. Just a little more, and they might have a chat. Maya is gaining on Super Siggy, closing the distance nicely. Henfatic is chipping away at James Misk, getting closer with every lap. Bees McGee is right behind Mobius now, just a blink away. Tyler Drums 31 is catching Trifo 93 steadily. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is inching closer to Schmerzen Live. Looks like a battle brewing. Tyler Drums 31 is gaining on Trifo 93, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Maya is inching closer to Super Siggy, chipping away at the gap. Aussie Doidu 2 is inching closer to Ikar 77. Looks like a battle is brewing. Tyler Drums 31 is catching up to Trifonine 83, not just a casual stroll. And Maya is closing in on Super Siggy, maybe a surprise move coming up. Apex Milkbag is gaining on Amy Fast, just 5.5 seconds behind now. Yamobius is catching up to Potsaurus, closing the gap by a little over a second. Trifonity 3 is also on Bees McGee's tail, matching the same pace with a 1.2 second reduction. Captain Canadian is gaining on Muttwolf, closing the gap to just over a second. Bees McGee is catching up to Yamobius, now less than a second behind. Trifonity 3 is also closing in on Bees McGee, making that battle even more interesting. Tyler Drums 31 is gaining on Trifonity 3, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Zupa Siggy is making a move on D Fizzards, closing the distance by 3 seconds. Congratulations, Icar 77. Looks like you took the checkered flag and left everyone in the dust at Alton Park Fosters. Well done on that victory. Wow! Icar 77 really pulled through and took the win. Great job! Looks like all that code paid off and they left the competition in the dust. Congratulations on the victory, Icar 77. Sure thing. Did you know the TCE racing car class is all about those turbocharged engines and tight, twisty tracks? It's like watching a bunch of miniature race cars hustle for the best line. They might not be the fastest in the world, but they sure pack a punch when it comes to agility and control. It's basically the scene where tiny cars show they can still run the show. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the clock runs out. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see your chosen machine dominate the race. The countdown is almost over, so get those selections in now. Ooh, this is a fun matchup. Both cars have their charm but very different personalities. Imogen Tempest with the Peugeot 206 RC has that nimble, lightweight appeal, perfect for darting around tight corners. On the other hand, HP Lootcraft with the Volkswagen Scirocco R Cup has more power and a little bit more recent engineering, which might give it an edge in stability and speed on the straights. If the track favors agility and quick handling, I'd lean towards Imogen Tempest, just because the Peugeot's smaller size might work better around Bikernicki's twists and turns. But if the race turns into a straight-line battle, the Scirocco might zoom ahead. My gut says it'll come down to how well each driver handles their machine, but I'm feeling the Scirocco might just edge out in the end. Let's see what these AI racers have got. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Bikernicki Ring of Skill. Leading the pack is Esteban Games in a 2014 Abarth 500 Assetto course, starting on pole. Let's see if that tiny powerhouse can hold off the competition. Estaven Games has shot into the lead right at the start. Tobin is holding strong in second place. Zachary TV is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Zachary TV is climbing up to second place. Tobin is right behind him, and they are battling closely for that spot. Darigas and Jacksindabox are also in a tight fight for fourth. Tobin is climbing up to second place. Darigas is making a move to third. Jananity 3 and Zerub Starks are nose to tail for sixth. La Croissant 1980 and Trefinity 3 are neck and neck for 7th place. Imogen Tempus just gained one spot and is now in 10th. Beyond Food Dark Souls and Necrophantasm are fighting hard for 14th. Starks is climbing up to 5th place. Jackson Dabox and Meteorub Starks are nose to nose fighting for 5th. La Croix 1980 is also making moves, now in 7th. Imogen Tempus is climbing up to 10th place. Lemon Cult Games and Sheriff Kitten are nose to nose for 14th. Darigaus and Uncle Tobin are nose to tail for 2nd place. Lemon Cult Games is climbing to 14th. Stephen Brinkley is advancing to 15th. Lemon Cult Games is climbing steadily to 14th place. BUR is making a move to 19. Looks like the race is heating up. Zachary TV is closing in on Daragaz, chipping away at the gap by 1.1 seconds. Lockshun 7 and Imogen Tempest are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Luckyboard and Looks Ravenous are battling it out for 19th position. Ewa. Netsyrup Starks and Zachary TV are neck and neck for 4th place. La Croissant 1980 and Jack Cinderbox are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Lockdown 7 is climbing up one spot to 10th. Sheriff Kitten is driving a 2014 Suzuki Swift, starting from the 13th position. They're currently in 16th place, so they're making some progress but still have room to improve. Darigaz is driving a 2020 Geely Binri and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Wow, looks like SS Estaven Games just took the checkered flag. Nice job, champion. Wow! Estaven Games really took that one home. Congratulations on the win. You must have some serious skills. Or maybe just a lucky streak today. Either way, you earned it. Sure. The 2012 Pagani Huayra is so exclusive that it was originally limited to just 100 units. It's like the automotive equivalent of a rare gem, and each one is hand-built in Italy. And get this, it has a cloud of carbon fiber on the exterior that looks almost like a work of modern art. Talk about turning heads. Alright, folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. Don't miss out on the chance to choose the vehicle that will dominate the race. Hurry up and get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have Shitoda 39 in a modern muscle car. The Ford Mustang GT 5050. It's got power, modern engineering, and all the technological advantages. On the other hand, I'm racing in a 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral, a car that's legendary in rally racing circles, but maybe a little underwhelming in a straight-up speed race. Given that, I'd probably give the edge to Shitoda 39. The Mustang's raw power and modern edge are likely to outdo the classic rally car on a high-speed track like Atlanta. But, hey, don't count out the Delta just yet. Sometimes, it's all about the driver's skill and a little bit of luck. We'll see how this plays out. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Atlanta Motor Speedway. And leading the pack is Tangaducky TTV in a 2006 Volvo S60R. Starting on pole, huh? Let's see if that classic can keep up with the fancy new stuff. Tangaducky TTV has shot off the line into the lead. Basket and Fee is holding strong in second place, and Daragos is right behind in third. Looks like a pretty tight pack at the start. Ixnobadixel is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 16. Basket and Fee is holding the lead at the top. Scrooge Champ is inching closer to the front, now in third. And it looks like Scrooge Champ and Tangaducky TTV are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Agnarox is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 25th place. Scrooge Champ is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to second place. Scrooge Champ and Basket and TV are nose to tail, battling for the top spot. Scrooge Champ and Basket and TV are nose to tail for first place. Fishinch just overtook someone to claim 4th. Morningstar is also climbing up, now in 6th. Scroogechamp just overtook someone to take the lead. Basket and V and Scroogechamp are nose-to-nose for first place. Cap Holster and Tangaducky TTV are battling hard for 6th. Tangaducky TTV and Xajax are nose-to-tail fighting for 6th place. Schoolbus TV just gained a spot and is now 8th. The battle for the top is heating up. Stanket is climbing up to 2nd place. Morningstarsel is closing in on Fishings, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Schoolbus TV is making a move, jumping 2 spots to sit in 6th. Fishings is climbing up to 3rd place. Schoolbusrust feed is also moving up to 5th place. Schoolbusrust and Basket and TV are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Calico Bunny is on a roll, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Basket and V just moved up to 3rd place. Schoolbusrust feed also gained 1 spot, now in 4th. Schoolbusrust TV is climbing up to 3rd place. Fishings and Basket and TV are nose-to-nose for 4th. Calico Bunny is inching up to 9th. Stanket is gaining on Scroogechamp, closing the gap by 3 seconds. The battle for 1st place is heating up. Meanwhile, Schoolbusrust V is inching closer to Stanket, cutting the distance by 1 second. Stanket has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Schoolbusrust V has moved up 1 spot to 2nd place. Scroogechamp is right behind in 3rd place, and they are battling closely for 2nd. Fishings is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 2nd place. Frisgolfer is closing in on Xajax, chipping away at that gap. Morningstarsel just sneaked up 2 spots to 4th. The battle for 3rd between Morningstarsel and Schoolbusrust TV is heating up. Looks like a tight squeeze. Wow, Stanket actually won the race. Guess they finally decided to show up and take the checkered flag. Well done. Wow, Stanket really pulled off an incredible victory today. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving skills. Clearly the car and AI had their game face on. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Here's a fun fact for you. The prototypes from 1970 were like the rebellious teenagers of the racing world. They were built to push boundaries with their innovative designs and raw power, often racing without the strict regulations that other classes followed. Imagine a car that looks like it was crafted by someone who just wanted to see what happens if you combine speed, creativity, and a little bit of chaos. Pretty much the perfect recipe for a wild ride. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down and we don't want any last-minute panic buys. Make your choice or forever hold your peace. Oh wow, those are some classic beauties. I mean, the Ferrari is definitely the showstopper with its iconic design. But the Lola T70 Mach Nu has that raw racing pedigree. Honestly, it's like choosing between high society and gritty racing grit. I'd say it depends on the track conditions today. If it's a tight technical course, the Ferrari might have the edge with its refined handling. But if it's a more open, high-speed run, the Lola's raw power could take the lead. Given the location at Denver in those cars, I'd probably lean towards the Lola T70 Mark only pulling off a surprise win, just because it's built more for performance on racing circuits. But hey, with AI driving, anything could happen, and I'm all for the chaos. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Denver Pepsi Center track, and Amy is sitting pretty on pole in her 1970 Porsche 917K. Looks like she's got the early lead, but with these AI cars, anything can happen. Stay tuned. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Maya in second place. Agrides 34 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start already. Hondan and Mutube are nose to tail for fourth place. Darigaus is climbing up to 7th. Jamaxite is inching into 12th. Agrides 34 is trying to hold off Maya for second place. Darigaus and Yamapriest are still neck and neck for 6th. Rukimirki just overtook someone to climb into 11th. Darigaus is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. Dottie, Yamapriest and Darigaus are nose to tail fighting for 6th. Plebisfree has climbed to 11th, making some moves. Yamapriest is climbing up to 6th place. Winnie Tapsumbong's eggs and Darigaus are still neck and neck for 7th. Hellskank is making a move to 14th. Wayne T. Tapsumbongs is climbing up to 7th place. Darigaus and Benti Tapsumbongchiks are neck and neck for 7th. Hellskank is closing in on Rukimiriki, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Darigaus and Wenti Tapsumbongchiks are nose to nose for 7th place. Wayne Gretzky just gained 1 spot to 15th. T. Empress and Wayne Gretzky are locked in a close fight for 15th. Agrides 34 and Maya are nose to tail fighting for 2nd place. Darigaus just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Simplamarcus and Rinop T4 are wheel to wheel for 9th. Simplamarcus is climbing up to 9th place. T. Empress is making a move to 16th. Renop T4 and Plebis 3 are nose to tail for the 10th spot. Hellskank and Rukimiriki are fighting hard for 12th. No one's giving an inch there. Hellskank advances to 12th place. Wayne Nabretsky climbs to 13. T.A. Empress jumps 2 spots to 14. Hellskank is really pushing Renog T4, closing the gap by a full second. Gmaxia is climbing up to 16th place, making moves. Agrit's 34 is climbing to 2nd place. Hondan is also moving up to 5th. Darigos and Yamapriest are nose to nose for 6th. Yamapriest and MooTube are nose to tail for 5th place. Hellskank is gaining on Renog T4, closing the gap by a full second. Wendy Tepsum Bonseeks is climbing to 7th place. Simplimarcus is now 8th. Lebis 3 has moved into 9th. Looks like a small but steady shuffle. Darigos is driving a Porsche 917K, a legendary race car known for its speed and iconic design. They are currently in 8th place, just behind Maya and Agret's 34, with a competitive lap time of 1:18.831. Looks like they're holding their own in the pack. Reinant T4 and Hellskank are nose to nose for 10th place. Wayne Abretsky is sneaking up, closing the gap by a full second and a half. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on your win. Wow. Amy really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations to Amy. That was a fantastic race. And they truly deserved the win. Now, I guess Amy is the one to beat in the next round. A fun fact about the Nonstop track is that it's known for its tight corners and challenging layout, making it a real test for both drivers and their AI counterparts. It's often called the mini Nürburgring because of its variety of turns and elevation changes. So basically, it's the perfect place for our AI racers to show off their skills, or hilariously stumble, making the race even more entertaining to watch. Hey everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your picks quick before the AI takes over and chooses a car for you. Don't miss out on the fun. wow, what a matchup. The Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR from 1971 versus the 1968 Honda S800. That Skyline is a classic with some serious muscle, but the S800 is lightweight and nimble. It's like putting a sleek fox against a powerful lion. Given the track at Nonstop, which has those tight corners and quick turns, the Honda might have a slight advantage in agility. But don't underestimate the Skyline's raw power in straight lines. If I had to guess, I think the Skyline might edge out in the end, but it's going to be a close one. Who do you have your money on? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Nonstop with those 1970s slow cars. Wayne Gretzky is starting on pole in a classic 1968 Honda S800. Let's see if that vintage ride can keep up. Wayne Gretzky has shot out in front, leading the race. Georgi Numericals is holding strong in second place, while Bilthy Holguy is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Rummy Fizz 13 just overtook someone to climb to fourth place. Toadette TV is gaining ground, now in sixth after moving up 2 spots. Henfatic and Toadette TV are nose to nose for 6th. Looks like a close fight. Captain Canadian just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. The fight for 6th place between Captain Canadian and Toadette TV is getting intense. Henfatic just overtook Captain Canadian and is now in 7th place. They are still close together, so expect more action soon. The vintage cars are slow and unpredictable, making overtakes tricky and race positions pretty much a game of patience and luck. Henfatic and Toadette TV are nose to nose for 6th place. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 11th. Cobracle has also gained 1 position, now in 14th. Toadette TV is now in 5th place. Captain Canadian has moved into 7th. Lin Lilac is in 8th. Looks like everyone's climbing a little. Toadette TV is closing in on Rummy Fizz 13, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Henfatic is climbing 1 spot to 8th place. I'm also moving up 1 spot to 10th. Henfatic and Captain Canadian are nose to tail for 7th place. Schoolbus Rustefius gained a spot to 11th. Oakswell Fee and Schoolbus Rustevi are locked in a close fight for 11th. Georgina Miracles just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Lin Lilac and Henfatic are nose to nose for 8th place. Yama Priest is closing in on Mattisbury, shrinking that gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Bill Theoldguy is gaining on Wayne Gretzky, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya is climbing up the ranks, moving into 9th place. Lilak and Maya are locked in a tight fight for ninth position. Captain Canadian just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Amy and Captain Canadian are nose to nose for that spot. Lilak is climbing up to 9th place. Cobra Cull is driving a Nissan Fairlady Z432 from 1970. Looks like their race is not going well with the slowest lap of over 1 minute 30 seconds, and currently in 13th place. Toadette TV is climbing up to 4th place. Captain Canadian is gaining on Rummy of Fist 13, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Schoolbus Rustifi is catching up to Maya, shrinking the distance by 1.6 seconds. Toadette TV and Billfield Guy are neck and neck for 3rd place. Captain Canadian is closing in on Rummy of Fizz 13, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Prodigy Place 58 is making moves, climbing 1 spot to 15. Toadette TV is now in 3rd place. Captain Canadian has climbed to 5th. Lilak is in 8th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Lilak is driving a 1969 Fiat Dino 2400, which is a classic Italian sports car. They're currently in 8th place, just behind the Mazda RX-3. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Well, look at that. Geogina Miracles just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Geogina Miracles for winning the race. That was a close one. Now, as for the drivers eligible for claiming a car, Maya, you did a fantastic job in the bet race. You get to claim the vintage beauty, the 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GT R. That's quite the prize for your impressive driving skills. Well, even if it's just eye driving, still impressive. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before time runs out, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, this is quite the nostalgic matchup. On one hand, we have Stephen Brinkley in a 1984 Ford Rs 200. That car was a beast back in the day, known for its aggressive design and rally pedigree. On the other hand, I'm behind the wheel with a 1985 MG Metro 6 R4, which is more of an underdog, with its turbocharged engine and rugged build. Considering the cars, the RS200 has the edge in raw power and aerodynamic design, which should give it an advantage on the loose and unpredictable Los Arcos Rally cross track. But the Metro 604 isn't exactly ready to roll over. It's known for its nimbleness and handling in tight corners. If I had to place a bet, I'd say the Ford RS200 might just edge out the Metro 604, especially because of its overall performance and power. But don't count the MG out just yet. It could surprise us with some clever maneuvering. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Los Arcos Rallycross, and Marty Freeze is kicking things off from pole position in a classic 1985 MG Metro 6 R4. Expect some vintage flair and maybe a few surprises as these cars kick up dust. Marty Freeze is leading the race right now. Nyarlathotep 988 is holding second place, and Shoot 'Em Up is in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Amy just overtook someone to move into fifth place. Amy and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to nose for fourth. Cloudy and Maldox ECF are locked in a close fight for sixth. Chubby Boy RJ and Amy are nose to tail for fourth place. Cloudy is making a move, climbing to sixth. Mia is holding steady in the top three. Shoot 'Em Up is driving a Lancia Delta S4, a classic Group B rally car known for its turbocharged power and lightweight design. They are currently in third place, holding steady but not challenging for the lead yet. Maldux FCF just sneaked into sixth place. Chubby Boy RJ and Maldux FCF are nose to nose for fifth. Timborghini Tuba is inching closer to Cloudy, closing the gap by a second and a half. Maldux FCF just sneaked into fifth place. Looks like they're on a roll. Timborghini Tuba and Cloudy are nose to nose for seventh. This race is heating up. Shoot 'Em Up is closing in on Nyarlathotep 98, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Timborghini Tuba is climbing up to 7th place. Let's Go is moving up to 11th. Joan Wolf is climbing to 8th place. Let's Go is now in 10th. Stephen Brinkley has moved up to 11th. Maldux FCF is holding off Amy by a car length for 4th place. Bozo and G. Joan Wolf are nose to tail for 8th position. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Wow. Marty Freeze took the checkered flag again. Looks like they're on a winning streak. Nice job. Wow. Marty Freeze really outdid themselves, didn't they? Huge congratulations. Clearly they're the master of the virtual track today. Let's see if anyone can catch up next round. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. It's got the racing pedigree and the speed to make a good show on that circuit. The others are all classic beauties too. But the 300 SLR has that extra edge with its racing dominance from back in the day. It's like choosing the fastest horse in a vintage race. Oh wow! This is a classic battle of vintage machines, isn't it? The Jaguar D-Type has that legendary reputation with its sleek design and racing pedigree, but the Maserati 300 isn't to be underestimated either with its raw power. Given the track at Oschersleben, which has those tight corners and quick straights, I might lean towards the Jaguar because of its aerodynamics and handling finesse. But hey, the Maserati's raw horsepower could throw a wrench in that plan, if it gets a good start. Let's see who outsmarts the other in this vintage showdown. My money's on the Jaguar, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Maserati surprises us all. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Oschersleben, and right from pole is Bedazzler in a classic 1955 Maserati 300S. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its lead against these fancy new contenders. Bedazzler has taken the lead right out of the gate. Shikamaru is holding strong in second place, and Shotskis is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Shikamaru just overtook someone to take the lead. Bedazzler and Shikamaru are nose to nose for first place. King Malcolm X is climbing up to third. Looks like he's got his eyes on the top. The Dreamkeeper is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 5th. Vaifuana is also making moves, jumping 4 spots to 11. Ectoplasm is inching up 1 position to 4th. Maya is now in 6th place, cruising past 3 cars. Figureta Sport is right behind, also making moves and climbing to 7th. Waifuana is closing in on Famaka, chipping away at the gap by 3.5 seconds. Karuvanen is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 5 cars. Papa Kaisi is also making moves, now in 9th after passing 4 cars. Amy is gaining ground, now in 12th after overtaking 5 cars. Pip 3 out 25, just nudged into the top 10. Amy and Bacho Grande are hot on their heels, climbing 1 spot each. Looks like a tight race behind the leaders. Aethoplasm is gaining on King Malcolm X, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Famaka is inching closer to Karuvinen. looking to make a move soon. King Malcolm Merckx is driving a 1955 Maserati 300S. They're currently in third place, which suggests they're holding a solid position, but no signs of overtaking yet. Oscherslebens tight corners are definitely shaking up the order, making overtakes tricky and rewarding those with precision. Cover is driving a 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa, a classic beauty known for its speed and elegance. Their race seems to be a bit of a roller coaster, currently in 16th place, so they might need a few more overtakes to climb up. King Malcolm Merckx is now in second place. Well, 25 is gaining on Papa KC, closing the distance by 3.2 seconds. Waifuane is inching closer to Lock John 7, narrowing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Lock John 7 is driving an Aston Martin DBR 11 from 1956 Dial 1. They're currently in the 13th place, which suggests a steady but not spectacular race so far. Etaplasm is climbing up to third place. The Dreamkeeper is chipping away at Badazar's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Whip 3L25 and Papa Casey are neck and neck for 9th place. Cobber is closing in on Wei Fuan, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wei Fuan is racing a 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 birdcage. Looks like she's stuck in a time warp with no lap time recorded, so her race might be more about the scenic route than the speed. Figurita Sport is gaining on the Dreamkeeper, closing the gap to just under a second. Shotskis is hot on Cobber's heels, closing in by 1.40 seconds. Maya is driving a 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 birdcage, a classic beauty known for its agility. Looks like the race hasn't started for her yet, with a placeholder time of 99.99999, so she's probably still in the pits or setting up. Wow, Shikamaru really outpaced everyone and took the top spot. Clearly, they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the well-deserved victory. Hey Nida, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to witness some epic AI car races. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Wow, Shikamaru really pulled off an impressive win there. Congratulations. Looks like all that coding paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Dover International Speedway circuit, I'd say the 2011 Toyota Tundra might have the edge. While all three are big trucks and not exactly known for their speed on tight tracks, the Tundra generally has a better balance of power and handling compared to the American full-size pickups. The Silverado and Dodge Ram are more about brute strength and utility, so they might struggle a bit with the precision turns and higher speeds. But hey, with a little AI magic, who knows? Maybe one of these trucks could surprise us all. Wow, this is a real matchup of the mighty trucks, isn't it? Both are from the same year but different brands, so it's less about the age and more about the brand bragging rights. The Chevrolet Silverado is known for its reliability and smooth handling, but the Dodge Ram has a reputation for strength and a bit more attitude. At Dover, with that high-banked track, I'd say the Silverado might have a slight edge in agility, but don't count out the Ram for a solid push. Honestly, I'd put my money on whichever driver manages to keep their truck on the track without bouncing off the walls. But if I had to pick, I'd say the Silverado could just squeak out a win, based on its versatility. Let's see how these giants clash. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Dover International Speedway, and leading the pack is Asironi in a 2011 Chevrolet Silverado. Looks like he's got the pole position and a lot of ground to claim. Rajaber 302 has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Emerald-Tick through 988 is holding strong in second place, while Raineki is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming behind the leaders. Asironi is on a tier, taking the lead by passing 5 cars. Spikos is right behind, also surging forward and grabbing second place. Sikapol is not far behind, making a move to secure third. The top 3 are all on the rise. Asironi is closing in on Imus Gordon fast, cutting the gap by 19 seconds. Mr. Wolf J and Dank Nuggins are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Chozang's Coast and Cubber are battling it out for 6th. No room for error there. Chozang's Coast and Cubber are neck and neck for 6th place. Beef Sliders and NX are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Someone just sneaked up 1 spot to claim 16. Chozang's Coast and Cobber are nose to tail for 6th place. Imogen Tempos and Naive are locked in a close fight for 14. Amy just gained a spot and is now 17. Cobber is holding off Mr. Wolf J by a car length for 5th place. Naiba and In-Body Notes are wheel to wheel for 13th. Evolution 954 and Amy are trading positions for 17th. Nuggins is just ahead of Sycamore by a car length. Still no clear winner there. Cobber and Mr. Wolf J are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Ace Lay and Chosen's Coast are trading positions every lap. This one's going down to the wire. Toadette TV is on a roll, climbing to 15th place. Blackbeard is right behind, grabbing 16th. EU20 Plays is making a move. Now in 18th after overtaking 5 cars. And Body Notes is closing in on Etherplasm fast. Just 6.6 seconds behind. Ines Gordon is gaining on Trehart Triad, chipping away at 7.1 seconds. Zikapal has moved up 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Dank Nuggins is storming to the front, now in 1st place after overtaking 4 cars. Mr. Wolf J is climbing nicely, moving up 2 spots to take 4th. Mr. Wolf J and Sycamore are nose to tail, fighting hard for 3rd place. Mr. Wolf J is climbing up to 3rd place. He and Esironi are nose to nose for 2nd. Cobber and Chosen's Coast are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Wow, Esironi really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Esironi really pulled it off. Congratulations! That was some impressive driving right there. Looks like they have the skills to take the checkered flag. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Gen Track 1 looks like a twisty, technical course where being able to navigate sharp turns smoothly and quickly is key. Acceleration and top speed are nice, but if you can't keep the car glued to the road and maneuver through those tight corners, you're not going to win any races here. Zo, a car with excellent cornering capabilities and responsive steering would be my top priority for this track. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick race. Alright, so we have Pondon in a 2017 Audi RS3 TCR, and Wolf of Eco in a 2012 Ford Focus RS. The Audi is definitely the newer car with some serious tech, and likely more refined handling. The Focus RS is a bit older, but known for its fun and rally-inspired agility. Given that it's a race on Gen Track 1, which I assume has some twists and turns, my gut says Pondon in the Audi might have the edge with the newer model's better tech and grip. But don't count out Wolf of Eco if they can take advantage of the rally vibes, and perhaps be a little wild on the corners. I'd say my bet is on Pondon, but this one's too close to call. Anything can happen when the cars are racing in the digital wild. Alright everyone, Pondon is kicking things off from pole in the TCR class with the 2017 Audi RS3 TCR. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Pondon has shot off the line and taken an early lead. Wolf of Echo is right behind, not letting Pondon get away. And in third place it's me, Maya, hanging on tight and trying to keep up. Flinchicot 21 is climbing up to 6th place. Kyroscope and Flinchicot 21 are nose to tail for that spot. Connor Malady is pushing forward to 9th. Kyroscope is climbing up to 6th place. Flinchicot 21 and Kyroscope are nose to nose for 6th. Amy is also making moves up to 9th. Cheese in Dashour just overtook someone to take the 11th place. TPKPA and Mermuida are still neck and neck for 16th. Let's Go is climbing up to 22nd. Flinchicot 21 and Kyroscope are neck and neck for 6th place. Starmix just gained 1 spot and is now in 20th. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 13th place. These Ashibi and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for that same spot. TPKA and Bermuda are locked in a fierce duel for 16. Maya is holding her ground in 4th place, just ahead of Wolf of Echo. They're neck and neck, no clear move yet. Amy is charging hard in 2nd, closing the gap on the leader. Ninzerop Starks is making a strong push into 3rd, looking for a way past. Queen Manda is on the move, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Sirkeminge is making a charge, passing 4 cars to settle in 5th. Flinchicot 21 is also advancing, overtaking 3 cars to reach 7th. Kyroscope is climbing up to 5th place. Flinchicot 21 is also moving up to 6th. Looks like they're both on a roll. Connor Malady just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Looks like Connor Malady and Amy are nose to nose for 8th place. Nelope Starks and Connor Malady are also locked in a close fight for 9th place. Kyroscope and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Nelope Starks just gained a spot and is now in 9th. Nitserop Starks and Amy are also fighting for 8th, so things are heating up behind the leaders. Kyroscope is climbing up to 4th place. Flinchicot 21 is also moving up to 5th. TPKPA is making a move to 15th. Starbix is climbing 1 spot to take 17th place. Let's Go is also moving up 1 spot to 19th. Finn has 17 and Crystal 33 are locked in a close fight for 21st. Starbix is climbing up to 16th place. Lisa Shibi and Starbix are still neck and neck for that spot. Vin has 17, is also making progress now in 21st. Mimimida is driving a 1999 Honda Civic SI. They're currently in 18th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is significantly slower than most others. Amy just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Gate and Amy are nose to tail for 7. Konamality and Merxium Nizarov Starks are locked in a close fight for 9. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Konamality is now in 10th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th. The TCR cars are dominating the top spots with faster lap times, showing their agility on this track. The TCE class is lagging behind, likely due to less power and handling capabilities. The track seems to favor the more modern, agile TCRs. Queen Monda is driving a 2012 Ford Focus RS. She's currently in 3rd place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute, 37 seconds, which shows she's pushing hard but still a bit behind the leaders. Congratulations to Pandan for winning the race. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Wow, Pandan really pulled it off. Congrats on crushing the race, you totally deserved that win. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Sure! Did you know that the 1996 Opel Calibra DTM was actually built as a racing machine for the German Touring Car Championship? But it kind of looked like a supercar that decided to join a track day? It had a pretty aggressive stance and was known for its speed, even though it's now more famous among car enthusiasts for its racing pedigree than for being a practical daily driver. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks quickly before it's too late. You don't want to miss out on choosing your favorite AI-powered racer. Time's almost up, so get those selections in. Alright, so we've got Mr. Roche in a classic Opel Calibra DTM from 1996, which is a pretty neat choice for a race on Mid-Ohio. It's got some decent handling, but it's definitely not known for breaking speed records. Then we have Renault T4 in a Venturi 600 LM from 1993, which sounds like a racing beast from the early 90s. That Venturi is likely to be faster and more aerodynamic, especially on a track like Mid-Ohio with all its twists and turns. Considering the car's profiles and the era they come from, my money's on Renault T4 and the Venturi to take the win. It's just built for speed and agility, especially compared to the older Opel. But with AI racing, anything can happen, so I wouldn't count out Mr. Roche just yet. Maybe he's got some tricks up his sleeve or some surprise performance upgrade. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Mid-Ohio. And look at that, JC Productions is on pole driving a classic 1966 Ford GT40 MTI. This is going to be interesting to watch. JC Productions has shot to the front right at the start. Tokido Kibri is holding strong in second place. And Amy is hanging in there in third. Looks like a promising chase so far. Kingshu 22 is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Lebis 3 is making a move, now 12th. Celestia Linari is gaining ground, now in 18th. Grampy Yerf is making a nice climb up to 13th place. Amy just nudged into the lead, but JC Productions is right on her tail. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Stephen Brinkley just overtook someone to take the 6th place. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up to 9th. Now Rowdy Zerolf and Kingshu 22 are nose-to-nose for 8th. Dude Smokey a Blunt is climbing up to 4th place. Mr. Roche has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Kingshu 22 and Mr. Roche are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Kingshu 22 is climbing fast into 7th place. Plebis 3 and Rowdy Zerolf are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Husky Hog is making a move up to 15th. Kingshu 22 is closing in on Stephen Brinkley, cutting the gap by 1 second. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up to 9th place. Naiba and Rowdy Zerolf are locked in a tight battle for 9th. Cloud Surfer 69 is just ahead of Plebis 3 in 11th place. Renault T4 has overtaken Grampy Jurif and is now in 13th. The battles are heating up in the middle of the pack. Dude Smoke, Blunt and Tokido Kibri are nose to tail for 3rd place. Kingshu 22 just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing 2 spots and is now in 10th. Jude Smoke Ia Blunt is climbing to 3rd place. Kingshu 22 is narrowing the distance to Agretz 34 by a 2nd and a 3rd. Mr. Roche is catching up to Stephen Brinkley by just over a 2nd. Maricus is climbing fast, Now, in the 17th place, Timborghini Tuga and Maracas are nose-to-nose for that 17th spot. Tugon at DTV is making a move. Now in the 19th place. Ixajax is climbing fast into the top 11. Renok T4 and Husky Hog are both inching closer to the top 10. Looks like some good moves happening. Ixajax is closing in on Cloud Surface 69. And the gap is shrinking fast. Renok T4 has moved up one spot to 13. Maracas is also climbing one spot to 16. Agritz 34 is gaining on Takidokabri, closing the gap by over a second. Ixajax is chipping away at Cloud Surfer 69, making up a bit more than a second and a half. Reno T4 has climbed one spot to 12th place. Looks like he's on the move. Wow! Amy just took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy really showed them how it's done. Great job winning the race. And since you snagged the fastest lap, you get to claim that stunning 2004 Ferrari F360 GTC. Well deserved. Well, a fun fact about the Adelaide no chicane track is that it's like the thrill seeker's dream without the chicane slowing things down. It's a straight shot where drivers can really let loose and show off their speed. Basically, it's like a roller coaster with no brakes. Just pure adrenaline all the way. No chicane means less maneuvering and more focus on tearing up the asphalt. It keeps things fast and furious, and I bet the AI drivers are loving the challenge of staying balanced at those high speeds. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Get those last-minute picks in before the timer runs out. Don't let your favorite car slip through your fingers just because you hesitated. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Cala Company's got that classic BMW M5 E39. It's known for its balanced handling and that legendary V8 engine, so it's probably going to be quick and agile on Adelaide's no chicane layout. On the other hand, Bunny Softdoom's Volvo 60R is no slouch either. It's got some serious turbocharged power and all-wheel drive, which could help with traction and stability. Honestly, I'd lean towards the BMW for its driving dynamics and reputation for precision. But don't count out the Volvo's turbo torque and stability, especially on a track that demands control. It's a close call, but I think the BMW might just edge out the Volvo in this race. Let's see if the AI can prove me wrong. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Adelaide No Chicane, and surprise, Theskys is on pole with a 2000 Plymouth Prowler. Guess speed isn't the Prowler's strong suit, but hey, let's see how it handles the chaos. Theskys has shot off the line to take the lead. Calico Bunny is holding strong in second place, and Bunny Self-Doom is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Maya and Rosigolgaming are nose to tail for 5th place. Rogue and Adenflash are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Billy is climbing up the field, now in 10th after a smooth move. Tria just overtook someone to take the 10th place. Amy is now in 12th, closing in on Tyler. Looks like a fun little scrap for that 12th spot. Admin Flash and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Keshk has gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Rogue and Krishka are fighting hard for 8th position. Admin Flash just overtook someone to take the 6th place. Krishka is also climbing up, now in 7th. Maya and Krishig are nose to tail for 7th. The slow cars class at Adelaide No Chicane is keeping the field tightly packed, making overtakes tricky and race positions more about finesse than speed. Billy and Amy are nose to tail for 11th place. Looks like Amy is trying to squeeze past. Billy is driving a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 Tangde. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. Krish just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Adam Flash and Krishkan are nose to tail for 6th place. Adam Flash moves up to 6th place. Maya is gaining on Kriki, closing the gap by over a second. Prodigy place 58 is right behind Shotskis, closing in by a similar margin. Adam Flash is driving a Subaru Impreza 22B STI, a classic rally legend with impressive handling. They're currently in 8th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Billy just overtook someone to move up to 11th place. Trehart Triat and Billy are nose to nose for that same spot. Rogue is trying to hold off Amy, but Amy is closing in fast. Looks like Amy might just squeeze past soon. Wolf of Aco is driving a Renault Clio V6, which is known for its compact size and surprising power. They're currently in 4th place but have a slowest lap of nearly 2 minutes, so their race looks a bit shaky. Billy is now in 10th place. Rogue is right behind, so expect some fireworks soon. Bunny's Off Dune is driving a 2006 Volvo S60R, which is known for its sporty handling and turbocharged engine. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like they're keeping it cool for now. Ain't he? Amy is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Shotskis and Tyler are nose to nose for 13. Krichka is climbing up to 7th place. Amy and Krichka are nose to nose for 7. Shotskis and Tyler are locked in a close fight for 13. Shotskis is driving a 2000 BMW Z8, a sleek and stylish choice. They're currently in 15th place, just ahead of the other BMW Z8 driver. Looks like a steady race with some room to move up. Calico Bunny is holding a solid 2nd place, but Bunny Sufdoom is right behind in 3rd. Bunny Sufdoom might be eyeing that overtake if they get a good slipstream. Calico Bunny better watch that rear view mirror. Shotskis is driving a 2000 BMW Z8, which is known for its sleek design and sporty performance. They are currently in 15th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Attenflash and Rosie Goldgaming are nose to tail for 5th place. Billy just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Maya and Billy are battling for 9th position. Well, look at that. Feskis just took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to steer their way to victory. Well done. Wow. Feskis took the win. Congratulations on that impressive finish. Well done. And hey Amy, you did the most overtakes today? That's no small feat. You can claim a 22 Honda News XR, a sleek beauty in the modern streetcar category. Enjoy the ride. Sure thing. Did you know that vintage ultralights racing cars are like the sprinters of the car world? They're designed to be lightweight and nimble, making them perfect for quick bursts of speed around the track. It's almost like watching cars that jogged a few years back decide to hit the gym and become race champs. It's a fun reminder that sometimes the smaller, lighter, and more vintage, the faster they get. Ooh, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1967 Nissan R38002 is a classic, known for its sleek design and raw power, but is also quite the old-school beast. On the other hand, the 1973 Arc M F16 might be a bit more modern for its time, potentially offering better handling and technological advantages. Virginia International is a track that rewards both speed and agility, so it really depends on how these classic cars handle the twists and turns. I'm leaning slightly towards Maya in the Nissan, because of its reputation for speed, but Gamerboss 72's Arc might surprise us with superior maneuverability. Overall, I'd say Maya's chances look pretty strong given the car's reputation, but I wouldn't count out Gamerboss 72 just yet. It's vintage racing after all, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race is underway here at Virginia International. Zachariah TV is starting strong on pole in a vintage 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Let's see if that classic beauty can hold off the new tech. Zachariah TV has shot out in front, leading the pack. Toadette TV is hot on his heels in second. Karunin is holding on to third but expects some fireworks soon. Naibe just overtook someone to grab third place. Karunin and Naibe are nose to nose for third. Gamerboss 72 is climbing up to 7th. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing to 8th place. The Dreamkeeper is now in 10th. Silvac Gaming has moved up to 17th. Looks like everyone's making some moves. Plebis 3 just overtook someone to take the 11th place. Amy and Plebis 3 are nose to nose for that spot. Waifuan is climbing 2 spots to 20. Black Numera just overtook someone and is now in 5th place. Kilo Julieta and Gamerboss 72 are still neck and neck for 7. Waifuane and Flanky Frankie are trading positions for 19. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up to 7th place. The Dreamkeeper is now in 9th. Plebis 3 has moved into 10. Looks like everyone's on the move. Kilo Juliet Delta and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Plebis 3 and the Dreamkeeper are swapping positions for 9th. Waifuana and Silver P Gaming are locked in a close fight for 17th. Maya is dropping back to 12th place. Kilo Julieta is climbing to 6th place. Gamerboss 72 is moving up to 7th. Terugamasa is closing in fast on Maya. Now just 10 seconds behind. Zilda Gaming and Weifuan are locked in a fierce duel for the 17th spot. Dastarte Gamer 9000 is climbing up one position to 19. Keruvnin is closing in on 90, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. The Dreamkeeper is climbing up to 8th place. Teddy 661 is also moving up to 9th. Things are getting interesting. Caravan is driving a vintage Porsche 906, a classic racing car known for its agility. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. T261 and the Dreamkeeper are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Weifuan just gained a spot, now in 16th. Tragu and Weifuan are also locked in a close fight for 16th. Kilo Juliet Delta is slicing into Platinum Air's lead, closing in by 1.6 seconds. The Dreamkeeper is climbing up to 7th place, overtaking the spot. GamerBoss 72 and the Dreamkeeper are nose-to-nose, fighting for 7th. Keruvnin is chipping away at Naibi's lead, now just a second and a half behind. Weifuan is climbing up to 15th place. Dastarte Gamer 9000 is closing in on Silverbika Gaming, gaining almost 2.5 seconds. TT61 and Amy are nose to tail for 9th place. Alex Has No Brain is inching closer to the top 15, climbing one spot. Alex Has No Brain is really showing off their talent for falling behind. The Dreamkeeper is gaining on Kilo Juliet Delta, now just a second and a bit away. Lebus 3 is hot on Titus 61's tail, closing that gap quickly. Alex Has No Brain is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Kilo Juliet Delta is gaining on Platinum Mera, closing the gap steadily. Keruvnin and Naibe are neck and neck for 3rd place. Blanky Frankie just gained 1 spot to take 18. Ebony Shadow also moved up 1 spot to 19. Ebony Shadow and Flanky Frankie are now battling for 18. Toadette TV is gaining on Zacharai TV, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Lebus 3 and Titus 61 are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Wow! Zacharai TV just took the victory. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done! Wow, Zachary TV took the win. Congrats on that victory, you must be feeling pretty proud right now. And for the rest of you, great job staying in the race. Hey Naibe, with the fastest lap, you get to claim the vintage 1966 Chinook Mark II Ultralights. Not too shabby. Keep racing, everyone. Sure. A fun fact about Group 4 racing cars is that they were originally created in the 1960s by the FIA to allow privateer teams to compete with a bit more freedom in design and modifications. It's like giving hobbyists a shot at the big leagues with some rules, but enough room to get creative. It's basically the racing version of DIY projects, but with a lot more speed and a lot less glue. Alright everyone, time is almost up. If you want your favorite car to race, better make your pick now before it's too late. After this, it's too late to change your mind. Alright, this is quite the classic showdown. The 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 has that sleek, aerodynamic vibe, which might give it a slight edge on the figure-8 track, where agility and handling are key. On the other hand, the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro is known for its muscle and might have a bit more raw power. Considering the track and the cars, I'd lean towards Kilo Juliet Delta's Corvette. It's a bit more nimble and probably handles those sharp turns better. But don't count out Kingroot's Camaro. If it can unleash that muscle at the right moment, it could surprise us all. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the tricky figure-8 track, and leading the pack on pole is the Generate class, with a classic 1970 Dodge Challenger. Let's see if that muscle car can hold the lead, or if those newer cars will catch up. Generate has taken the lead right out of the gate. Kilo Juliet Delta is holding strong in second place. Kingroot is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Kingroot is climbing to second place. Runner Rampage and Kilo Juliet Delta are still neck and neck for third. Amy is advancing to fifth place. Runner Rampage is now in third place, climbing one spot. Naiba has moved up 2 spots into 7th. Henfatig is up 1 position into 13th. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing to 3rd place. Renok T4 is making a move to 14th. Natuwayan Lucky is closing in on Maldoxic CF, chipping away at that gap. Kilo Juliet Delta and Kingroth are nose to nose for second place. Maya and Cthulhu Kachu are locked in a fierce fight for ninth. Yakiramen is closing the gap on Naturally Unlucky, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Cthulhu Kachu and Dor Rogue are nose to tail for 8th place. Maya and Cthulhu Kachu are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Naturally Unlucky is climbing up one spot to 17th. Runner Rampage is climbing to 3rd place. Maya is making her way to 9th. Aussie 2002 is advancing to 15th. Rinok T4 is dropping like a stone, now in the 18th place. Amy is climbing steadily to 4th. Zealand Fox 213 is also on the move, now in 5th. Dar Rogue just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Maya is climbing up to 8th, inching closer to Kilo Juliet Delta. Looks like a close fight for 8th place with Maya and Kilo Juliet Delta battling it out. Selen Fox 213 is closing in on Kingret, cutting the gap by 6.6 seconds. Kulukacho is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to grab 7th place. Runner Rampage is climbing up to 2nd place, gaining 1 spot. Naiba is on a tier, climbing from behind to take 4th place. Maya is not far behind, making moves to grab 5th. Naturally Unlucky is closing in on Yakiramen fast, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Naturally Unlucky is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 11. Silent Fox 213 is gaining ground, moving 2 places up to 4th. Kingroad is also on the rise, advancing 2 positions to 5th. Yakiramen is on a roll, climbing to 9th place. Malduk CFTF is right behind, also making a move to 10th. Yongyan Stored Wu 102 is gaining ground, now in 13th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Yakiramen is closing in on the top 5. Malduk's VCF is inching closer to the middle of the pack. Amy is making a move for 2nd. Gravy Graves is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 13. Kingroad is closing in on Runner Rampage, chipping away at the gap by 2.7 seconds. Selen Fox 413 just moved up 1 place to 9, making things interesting at the back. Kilukachu is making a nice climb up to 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is closing in on Agenere, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Yakiramen has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Amy and Degenerate are neck and neck for 1st place. Zealand Fox 213 is climbing 2 spots to 6th. Gravy Graves is advancing 1 spot to 10th. Zealand Fox 113 is really closing the gap on Yakaram now. Aussie 2 has just climbed 1 spot to 13. I am moving up one place to 14th. Rana Rampage is climbing to 2nd place. King Grodit also moving up to 3rd. Dylan Fox 213 is closing in on Yakiramin, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Hey MRF Society! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some exciting AI racing action. Sit back and enjoy the race. Ronnie Rampage is closing in on a Generate Fast. Just a 1.5 seconds behind. Sealant Fox to 13 is making moves, climbing 2 spots to 4th. Grady Graves is also on the rise, jumping 2 places to 7th. Kulukachu and Grady Graves are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Rino T4 is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to settle in at 16. Ronnie Rampage is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still in 2nd. He might need a mistake from a generator to take the lead. Wow! Igane just took the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Nice job! Wow, Igganarite really pulled off a spectacular win. Amazing job to them, they clearly have some serious AI racing skills. Everyone better watch out because Igganarite just set the bar really high. Congrats again, that was a fantastic race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1982 Mazda 7-C might have the edge on a tight and twisty track, like the Macau Gear circuit. Its lightweight design and nimble handling are perfect for those narrow, challenging corners. Plus, its turbocharged engine gives it that extra boost when needed. The other contenders like the Lola T610 or the Lancia LC, one could put up a good fight. But I think the Mazda's blend of agility and power makes it a solid favorite in this lineup. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your final choices now if you want your favorite car to hit the track. Don't miss out on the chance to see your top pick race against the rest. Ooh, this is a classic battle of vintage machines, isn't it? The 1985 MKAC 84 won versus the 1984 Rondo M482. Both cars have their quirks and charms. The MK is known for its agility and lightweight design, which might give it an edge on the tight, twisty Macau Gia circuit. On the other hand, the Rondo has a reputation for solid power and stability, which could be a game changer on the straights. Honestly, if I had to pick, I'd lean slightly towards the MK because Macau's streets favor nimbleness over raw power. But, hey, with AI driving, anything can happen, and we might see some unexpected overtakes or mess-ups. So, who do you think has the edge here? Alright, everyone. The race has kicked off at Macau Gia, and look at that. Titus 61 is starting on pole in a classic 1983 Mazda Harrier RX 83. See, this is going to be interesting to watch. I can feel it. Senor Flip Flopona 100 and 2020 has shot off the line into the lead. Amy is holding second place, not letting anyone pass. Titus 61 is sitting in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maraf Society just sneaked into third place. Frank Wordy and Titus 61 are still locked in that nail-biting fight for fourth. And look at Maya climbing 2 spots to 6th, getting closer to the front. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Dude Smokey Blunt has moved up to 7th place, also gaining 1 position. Connor Malady is in 14th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Maya is closing in on the racer ahead. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Titus 61 is trying to hold the line, but the gap is shrinking. Drevo 192 Bex and Unclearly Gaming are wheel to wheel for the 18th spot. This is getting spicy. Maya and Titus 61 are nose to nose for 4th place. Connor Malady is chipping away at Shron's lead, closing the gap by more than a second. Connor Malady and Shron are now locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Unclearly Gaming is making a bold move, climbing from way back to take the lead. Senor Flip Flopona 100 in 2020 and Unclearly Gaming are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Dude Smokey Blunt and Frank Wordy are locked in a close duel for 7th place. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 is now in 1st place. Amy has moved up to 2nd. Mara Society is in 3rd. The race is tightening up. Maya is now in 4th place. Dude Smokey Blunt has moved up to 6th place. Frank Wordy and Dude Smokey Blunt are nose to nose for 6th. Dude Smokey Blunt is creeping up on Titus 61, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. KPKPA and Jacksondabox are neck and neck for 8th place. Unclearly Gaming is chipping away at Shattered Pixel, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. TPKA is climbing to 8th place. Connor Malady is now in 13th. Draven 92X and Kickus Lady X3 are nose to nose for 17th. Unknown Tactics is right behind Exclusive Godox now, just 1.8 seconds apart. Draven 92X has climbed one spot to the 17th position. Unclearly Gaming is closing in on Shattered Pixel, cutting the gap by almost 6 seconds. Joan Wolf just sneaked up one spot to 18th place. Kickus Lady X3 is tearing through the field, now leading with a big gap. Senor Flip-Flop on 100 and 2020 is trying to keep up, but still second. DD61 and I are locked in a close fight for 5th place. No room for mistakes. Senor Flip-Flop on 100 and 2020 is now in 1st place. Amy has climbed to 2nd. Mirror Society is holding 3rd. Looks like a tight battle for the top 3. Dre192X just made a bold move, climbing through the field like a mountain goat. Senor Flip-Flop on 100 and 2020 is not giving up easily, sticking close and making this a real showdown for the top spot. Wow, Senor Flip-Flop on 120. You really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, congratulations Senor Flip-Flop on 100 in 2020. You really showed off your racing skills today. Now, for those lucky enough to claim a car, Maya just took the fastest lap. So she gets to claim the 1985 MK84, one from Group C2 to wait. Well done, Maya. Who's feeling lucky next round? Sure thing. A fun fact about Anneau du Rhin is that it's known for its tight and technical layout, which really keeps the drivers on their toes. It's like a puzzle where every turn demands precision. Plus, it's located in the beautiful Alsace region, so if these cars could appreciate scenery, they'd definitely be taking mental snapshots. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, it's like choosing between two unknowns in a game of chance. Without any stats or past performance to go on, it's really a coin flip. But let's hope one of them has a secret ace up their sleeve, or at least a good playlist for the race. Stay tuned to see which driver manages to outrun the mystery. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Anneau du Rhin, and on pole we have the classic 1968 Surtees TS5 from the Formula 5000 Acanon class. Looks like it's ready to show some vintage racing flair. Acanon is leading the race, holding the front spot. I am in second place trying to keep up. Anke Tobin is currently in third, hanging on tight. Anke Tobin is climbing to second place. Autumn Thunderbird is making a move up to fourth. Tugonit TTV and Autumn Thunderbird are nose-to-nose for fourth. Tugonit DTV is climbing to fourth place. Strutting Jarl is now in fifth. Gnavling is sneaking into eighth. Looks like the race is heating up. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing to 8th place. Yamaster Tegamanin 1000 is now in 12th. Yamaster Tegamanin 1000, Wanga Tank 7 to 172, are nose-to-nose for 11th. Tugonit DTV is driving a 1966 McLaren M10A. Looks like they're holding steady in 4th place, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the mix. Maya is leading the race in a classic Lotus 70 from 1968. Looks like she's holding her position well with no immediate threats behind. Wanga Tank 7 to 72 is in 10th place, driving a 1968 Eagle Mark 5. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 4th place. Autumn Thunderbird is now in 5th. Pumpkin of Glory has moved up to 7th. Pumpkin of Glory and Tug on It DTV are nose-to-nose for 6th. Wanga Tangseven 272 just sneaked into the top 10. Ixajax and HP Lootcraft are nose-to-nose for 14th. Looks like a close fight there. Uncle Tobin is driving a 1968 Eagle Mark V, starting in 3rd and currently holding 2nd place. Looks like he's making steady progress, but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Uncle Tobin is driving a 1968 Eagle Mark V, starting from 3rd position. He's currently in 2nd place, just behind Akanoni. Looks like he's making a solid move up the field. Maya is in 3rd place with her Lotus 70. Her fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so she's probably struggling to keep up. Looks like a solid fight, but not quite at the front yet. Tugonit DTV is driving a 1966 McLaren M10A, which is quite a vintage choice. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap time so far, over 6 seconds behind the leader. Wanga Tangseven 272 is on a roll, overtaking 7 cars to grab the lead. Akanona and Wanga Tangseven 272 are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Unstabil just moved up 1 position to 12, making a little progress. Akanona is now in 1st place. Uncle Tobin has moved into 2nd, and Maya is climbing into 3rd. Looks like a tight battle for the top 3. Master Tabor 9000 just climbed 1 spot into the 11th place. Ixajax is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots into 12th. Pumpkinov Glory is driving a Surtees TS5, starting in 9th and currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1:34.889, so they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the pace. Nishan Man is driving a Lola T190, a classic that's holding steady in the middle of the pack. Looks like they're not pushing too hard, but staying consistent. Maya is currently in 3rd place with her Lotus 70. Her fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so she's probably just hanging on and not pushing too hard. Well, look at that, Akinoni has taken the top spot. Congratulations on the win. I guess the race was just waiting for you to show up. Wow. Akinoni really showed some impressive skills out there. Congratulations on winning the race. You definitely earned that victory. Can't wait to see if you can keep up this winning streak. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Ferrari 312 D2 might have the edge. It's got that classic mid-70s racing elegance and a reputation for good handling. The Highlands circuit is quite diverse with tight corners and fast straights, so a car with a good balance and strong power could shine. The Lotus 72C and 72 are also serious contenders with their innovative aerodynamics and lightweight design. So don't count them out. But honestly, with this lineup, it's going to come down to which driver. If only these cars could talk and make their case. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown runs out. Don't let your favorite slip away or you'll be stuck watching the others race without your chosen champion. Hurry up and make your selection. Alright, so we've got one driver with a pretty hefty racing resume. Almost 3,000 races and a winning record of over 200 races. That's no small feat. That kind of experience usually means they know their way around a track, especially one like Highlands. On the other hand, we don't have much info about Christopher, so it's kind of a mystery. Usually the unknowns make things more fun because you never know when a surprise might come flying out of nowhere. Given the stats, I'd probably lean towards the driver with the proven track record. But hey, in racing, surprises happen all the time. So who knows, maybe Christopher will defy the odds. Either way, I'm excited to see how this one unfolds. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Highlands Motorsport Park with the F1 1971 cars. GM Prime on pole, driving a classic 1971, March 71, Eleva Romeo Dotavia. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead or if the newer cars catch up. GMN Prime has taken an early lead. Kalmetwi is right behind in second, and Flinchika 21 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Kalmetwi is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Flinchika 21 and GM Prime are locked in a fierce fight for second place. Amy has just climbed to 9th place, making some moves. Roger Bear 302 climbs to 3rd place. Zots Fired moves up to 4th. Vinchek 21 and Zots Fired are battling fiercely for 4th. Dank Nuggins and Imdus Platinum are nose to tail for the 17th spot. Imdus Platinum just gained a position, now in 16th. Dank Nuggins trying to hold the line. Cube 21 is climbing fast up to third place. Roger Bear 302 and Car 21 are nose-to-nose fighting for that third spot. Dan Knuggins is inching up to 17th. Roger Bear 302 is climbing to third place. Imboost Platinum is making a move to 17. Shots Fired and Car 21 are nose-to-nose for fourth place, 14th. Stankit is just behind, moving into 15th. Imbus Platinum just edged ahead of Tales of Strully for the 16th spot. They're nose-to-nose in this tight battle. The F1 1971 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track at Highlands might favor the more agile Lotus 72 and Matra MS 120B. The slower cars are struggling to keep up in the corners. Dan Knuggins is racing a BRMP 160. They are currently in 16th place, so the race isn't exactly going their way, but there's still plenty of laps to turn things around. Roger Bear 302 is driving a Matra MS 120B, currently in third place. Looks like they're holding steady, but no real pressure yet. Stankit is driving a BRMP 160, which is currently in 18th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Nitsyrup Starks is climbing to 7th place. Dyrock Official is gaining on Price Golfer, closing the gap by over a second. Violeta Mama is making her way to 18th. Telescopeheim is driving a Tyrrell 002 and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 150.549. So they're holding steady, but not pushing for the lead. Looks like a solid middle race performance. Nitsyrup Starks is driving a 1970 Otis 72D, which is a bit older but still competitive. But they're currently in 8th place, with the fastest lap among the Lotus drivers. Looks like they're holding their own but might need a little more push to climb higher. Roger Bear 302 just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. GMN Prime and Roger Bear 302 are nose-to-tail fighting for that 2nd spot. Hot Bolognese and I are locked in a close duel for 11. Hot Bolognese is driving a 1970 Lotus 72D, which is a bit older but still competitive. They're currently in 12th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wow, Colmet, we really sped to the finish line. Congrats on the win, you definitely earned it. As for the car claiming, congratulations to Maya for winning the bet race. You're now the proud new owner of a sleek 1970 Lotus 72D from F1 1971. Now, who's next to try their luck and claim a shiny new ride? Here's a fun fact about the 1971 Dodge Demon 340. It was built for pure speed and street racing, and it could leave many modern cars in the dust with its 340 cubic inch V8 engine. This car was so popular among muscle car enthusiasts that Dodge actually branded it as a demon to give it a mischievous edge. Plus, with its lightweight design and powerful engine, it was like having a rocket on wheels back in the day. Now, it's more of a legendary relic that still turns heads at car shows. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before it's too late. Don't let your favorite car slip through your fingers. Get those selections in now. Ooh, this is a classic muscle car showdown at Suzuka Retro no Chicane. Derek Official's Dodge Challenger RT is a beast with raw power, but it might struggle with the tight turns and chicanes. Meanwhile, the Betty White Show's Pontiac GTO is known for a good mix of power and agility, which could give it an edge through the twisty sections. Honestly, I'm leaning slightly towards the GTO here because of its handling. But don't count out the Challenger's brute strength coming into play on the straights. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright everyone. The race is underway at Suzuka Retro no Chicane. And look at that. Senor Flip Flipona in 2020 starting on pole, cruising in a 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Classic muscle versus modern circuits. This should be interesting. Senor Flip Flipona 2020 has taken an early lead with its Theraper right behind in second place. Derek Official is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maya is holding steady in third place. Amy just overtook someone to move into sixth. The battle for fifth is heating up between Amy and the Betty White Show. Icar 77 and APT Org are nose to nose for 10th. Captain Trippy and Icar 77 are nose to tail for 11th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th. Maya is holding steady in 6th, watching the chaos unfold behind. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 11th place. Maya is now in 13th and Shron has moved into 14th. Looks like a little shuffle in the middle. Maya is currently in the middle of the pack in the 8th place, driving a 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi. Looks like she's holding her own among some fierce vintage street car contenders. Beast with Kev is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger. RT looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and haven't made much progress yet. Dr. Felix is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, a classic muscle car. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The Betty White Show just overtook someone and is now in 5th place. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 10th place. APR Dope and Captain Trippy are nose to nose for 10th. Whip 3 out 25. Just edged ahead of Dr. Felix for 8th place. Icar 77 and AP Dope are still neck and neck for 11. I am holding on to 12th, but Icar 77 is closing in fast. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 9th place. Whip 3 out 25. And Captain Trippy are still nose to nose for 9. Icar 77 is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. Amy is slicing through the track, closing in on Direct Official. The gap shrinks by 140 seconds. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 8th place. Meanwhile, Captain Trippy and Unclearly Gaming are locked in a fierce duel for 7. Dr. Felix is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. They're currently in 10th place, so not quite in the hunt for the front yet, but still in the mix. Captain Trippy just sneaked into 6th place. Beats with Kev is chipping away at Shron, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Unclearly Gaming is driving a 1971 Dodge Demon 340, starting in 6th place. They're currently in 8th, so they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Dr. Felix is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, a classic muscle car known for its power and style. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Whip 3 out 25, just sneaked into 8th place. Whip 3 out 25, and Dr. Felix are nose to nose for 7. Apadope is closing in on the top 10, inching closer. Captain Trippy is closing in on the Betty White Show fast, cutting the gap by over 1 second. Whip 3 out 25, and Dr. Felix are nose to nose for 8th place. Shron is climbing up to 12th, making a move. Apadope is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon X AGT, which is known for its muscle car heritage and strong V8 engine. They're currently in 10th place, hanging around the middle of the pack with a fastest lap, just over 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Appetite is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon X, a GT, which is known for its muscle car heritage and straight line speed. They're currently in 10th place, hanging around the middle of the pack with a fastest lap of 2 minutes 42 seconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. The Betty White show is closing in on Amy with a 1.6 second gap. Dr. Felix has moved up one spot to 7th place. Max Beerley and Dr. Felix X are locked in a close fight for 7th position. Good 3 out 25 and Max Beerley are neck and neck for 8th place. Beats with Cave and Ikara 77 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Maya is creeping up on Beats with Kev, closing the gap by a whole second and a half. Cap'n Trippy just overtook someone to take 5th place. Whip 3L25 is also climbing up to 8th. Appy Abdope and Max Beerley are nose to nose for 9th. Wow, Senor Flip Flipona 2020. You really showed them how it's done at Suzuka Retro no Chicane. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Senor Flip Flipone. 12020. They really showed everyone how it's done. I guess all those hours of virtual practice paid off. Great job. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Circuito Sayalices has a lot of tight corners and technical sections, so a car that can navigate turns smoothly and maintain stability at high speeds around those curves would be ideal. Good cornering grip and responsive steering are key here. You also want a bit of acceleration prowess to make the most of the straights without losing control in the corners. So, balanced performance with a slight edge in agility would be the sweet spot. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost done. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI ace will take the lead. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Oh wow, two classic beauties going head-to-head on Circuito Sagalices. The Parnelli VPJ4 is a vintage gem with that raw, old-school racing charm. But the Ferrari 312? That's a legend from the turbocharged era, known for its agility and speed. Honestly, I'm placing my bet on Architect in the Ferrari. While Bighorn has style and history on their side, the Ferrari's agility and racing pedigree might just give it the edge in this race. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see who crosses that finish line first. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Circuito Sagalices. Wangatang 7 272 is starting in pole position, behind the wheel of a classic 1975. March 751. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead. Wangatang 7 202 has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Magicoble is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. King Malcolm X and Architect are nose to tail for 6th place. Some Board Boy is gaining ground, now in 8th place. Vinha 17 and Sunbird Bowie are practically glued together for 8th. King Malcolm X has just overtaken someone to move into 6th place. Sunbird Bowie is also climbing up to 7th. And it looks like Architect and Sunbird Bowie are neck and neck for that 7th spot. Laziness Artu is climbing up to 8th place. Amy and Arlo Coast are nose to tail for 13th. Architect and Sunbird Bowie are neck and neck for 7th place. Calican Bunny and Lil Sprout are fighting hard for 11th. Arlo Coast and Calican Bunny are also close for 12th. Architect just climbed one spot to take 7th place. Basedness Artuo and Sunbird Bowie are nose to nose for 8th. Arlo Coast moved up one spot to 12th. Basin Artuo is climbing up to 8th place. Arlo Coast and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 11th. Bacon is holding 5th place, while Architect is in 6th. Looks like Bacon has a slight edge, but it's still early. Anything can happen in these next laps. Arlo Coast and Lil Sprout are nose to tail for 11th place. Amy just gained one spot and is now in 15th. Blackbeard and Amy are swapping paint for 14th. Arlo Coast is driving a Parnelli VPJ4, which is known for its unique design and decent handling. They're currently in 12th place, making steady progress with a fastest lap of 1 minute 10.366. Looks like they're quietly climbing up the ranks. Architect is now in 5th place, climbing 2 spots. Cover and Architect are nose to nose for 5th. Blackbeard and Amy are battling hard for 14th. Arlo Coast and Vinha 17 still neck and neck for 10th place. Lil Sprout is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over a second and a half. Blackbeard is climbing up to 14th, leaving someone behind. King Malcolm X is climbing up to 6th place. Sunbird Bowie has moved up to 8th. Looks like Sunbird Bowie and Bass Nazart Wu are locked in a close fight for 8th. Bass Nazart Wu just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Sunbird Bowie and Bass Nazart 2 are nose to tail for 8th. Blackbeard and Amy are battling hard for 14th. Basidness Artua is climbing to 7th place. Arlo Coast is also moving up to 9th. Looks like Sunbird Bowie and Arlo Coast are nose to nose for the 9th spot. Vin has 17, and Sunbird Boy are nose to tail for 10th place. Vin has 17 just edged ahead. Amy has climbed one spot to 14th. Lil Sprout advances to 11th place. Calican Bunny climbs to 12. Vin has 17, and Calican Bunny are nose to nose for 12. Desanadfu is climbing up to 6th place. Calican Bunny is also moving up to 11th. Lil Sprout and Calican Bunny are nose to nose for 11th. Architect is sitting in 6th but just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a top finish. King Malcolm Rearx is driving a Surtees TS16. He's holding 7th place and has a decent lap time of 1:8.287. So he's hanging in there but not exactly setting the pace. Marja Kubleich is in 3rd place driving a 1975 Penske PC 1. He's been consistent with a fastest lap of 1:7.568 and seems to be holding his position well so far. Wanga Tang 7272 is leading in a 1975 March 750 ton. Their pace is strong with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're comfortably in front. Wow! Wangatang 7272 took the checkered flag. Clearly, they were in a league of their own today. Well done! Wow! Wangatang 7272 really pulled off an impressive win. Congrats to them. Looks like they've got some serious skills. Or maybe the AI just likes them better. Either way, well-deserved victory. Here's a fun fact for you all about the classic IndyCar racing cars. They used to be powered by engine configurations that could produce over 700 horsepower. That's like giving a car the strength of a small jet engine, all packed into a sleek racing machine. Imagine trying to keep that under control on a tight track. It's no wonder these cars made history with their speed and roar. Oh wow. This is a vintage showdown for the ages. On one side, we have Sengoshi in that classic 1963, Agachani and Watson. That car's got history. But we all know old cars can be a bit unpredictable. On the other side, Trehart Triad with the 1960 Scarab Indy. That's a sleek machine for its time, likely to have some serious speed. Honestly, I'd lean towards the Scarab Indy just because it's a bit newer and might have a slight edge in handling and acceleration. But then again, that Watson is a legend, and if Sengoshi knows how to coax every last drop of performance out of it, it could surprise us all. So, I'm gonna put my chips on the Scarab Indy, but don't be shocked if the Watson pulls off a vintage miracle. Alright everyone, it's an exciting start here at Fuji Speedway. GP Just Hana TV is on pole, cruising in that vintage 1957 Curtis Craft 500B. Looks like he's ready to take us back in time while racing into the future. Scorched Log has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Justanet is right behind in second, and Singoshi is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Singoshi and Justanet are nose to nose for second place. Story Forge is climbing up one spot to 15. Matthewsaurus Rex is gaining 2 spots to 16. Justanet is now in the lead, inching ahead of Scorched Log. Chubby Boy RJ and Caffeinated Car are battling hard for 9th place. Our special just sneaked into 6th place. Hikoryamzam is climbing to 11. Maya and Story Forge are nose to nose for 15. Trehatriat and Singoshi are nose to tail for 3rd place. Dishonored Fox just gained a spot and is now 7th. Merchicken Live and Dishonored Fox are battling hard for 7th. Trehatriat is now in 3rd place. Story Forge has climbed to 14th, and I am in 15th, just 1 spot behind. Maya is holding steady in the top 10. Singoshi is climbing up to 3rd place. Singoshi and Scorched Log are nose to tail for 2nd. Amy is dropping back, now in 18th. Amy is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Renkaori is closing in on Trefinity 3 fast, cutting the gap by over 11 seconds. Trehatriad just snuck into the top 3, making a move up the ranks. Violetta Mama is making a nice climb up to 22nd place. Trehatriad just gained 1 spot to 2nd. Trehatriad and Justanet are nose to nose for the lead. Scorched Log is climbing up to 2nd place. Our Special and Singoshi are nose to nose for 4th. Shattered Pixel and Matthewsaurus Rex are locked in a close fight for 15. Our Special is climbing to 4th place. Matthewsaurus Rex is now in 14th. Katsuma Girl has moved up to 21st. Katsuma Girl and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 20th. Maya is now in 13th place, climbing up 2 spots. The race for 12th is heating up between Maya and Story Forge. Matthewsaurus Rex and Lakaiju are locked in a close fight for 14th. Trehatriat just overtook Scorched Log for 2nd place. Maya is climbing up to 12th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Scorched Log is climbing up to 2nd place. Jitsu Gaming is making a move to 21st. Ren Kaori and Jizo Gaming are locked in a close fight for 21st. Trehatriad just overtook for 2nd place. Looks like the race for 2nd is heating up. Scorched Log and Trehatriad are still nose to tail. Hikori Hamzam and Husky Hog are neck and neck for 10th. Slip City Gaming is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Scorched Log is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Maya is also on the rise, grabbing 11th place. Renkauri is storming through the field, overtaking 24 cars to take the lead. Just Shanetv and Renkauri are now locked in a fierce battle for first place. Husky Hog is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to occupy 9th place. Justanaf and Renkauri are nose to tail at the front. Maya is climbing up to 11th place. Chubby Boy RJ and Maya are locked in a close fight for that same spot. Just Shaned takes the lead now. Scorch Log bumps up to 2nd. Era Special is climbing fast into 3rd. Singoshi is climbing up to 3rd place. Era Special and Singoshi are nose to nose for that spot. Storyforge is inching closer to the top 20. Wow, Justanet actually did it. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Justanet really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! That was some impressive driving from the AI. I guess they're the new champion of the virtual racetrack. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that winning streak in the next race. Here's a fun fact for you all Barber Motorsports. Park is actually one of the most picturesque racetracks in the world. It looks more like a lush garden than a racing circuit with its beautiful landscaping and scenic views. It's like running a race through an artist's masterpiece instead of just asphalt. Alright, so both drivers are pretty much a mystery in this race. It's like betting on 2 blindfolded cats chasing laser pointers. Since we don't know their skill levels, I'd say it's a coin flip. Maybe I'll pick Tyler just because the name has a bit more flair. But honestly, it's anyone's game. Hope they don't crash into each other trying to impress us. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Barber Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is Arlo Coast in a classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Expect some vintage style with a side of speed today. Arlo Coast has shot off the line into the lead. Thomas Moran is holding second place, trying to keep up. And Amy is sitting comfortably in third, probably planning her next move. Liam is climbing up to 8th place. Liam and Global 6 are nose to nose for 7th. Missionman is inching into 12th. Liam is climbing up to 7th place. Rome Spider is also gaining ground, now in 9th. Rome Spider and Global Skull are nose to nose for 8th. Maya is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Crendelive is also on the move, now in 14th after a similar surge. Chubby Boy RJ is making a big push, now in 15th after overtaking 6 cars. Tyler is on a tear, overtaking 21 cars to grab the lead. Arlo Coast and Tyler are nose to nose for the top spot. Broxworth is chipping away at official Classy Live's lead, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Arlo Coast and Tyler are neck and neck for first place. Shoebox TV and Amy are locked in a close fight for 4th. Yogi Numericals just gained a spot and is now in 16th. Arlo Coast takes the lead at the front. Thomas Moran is now in 2nd place. Amy has climbed to 3rd. Looks like everyone's eager to move up today. Liam just overtook someone to take 6th place. Filthy Old Guy is also climbing up to 7th. Rome Spider is making moves to 8th. Looks like everyone's in a bit of a rush today. Nishiman is gaining on Apex Milkbag fast, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Globus Excel is inching closer to Frogsworth, chipping away at 2 seconds. Dishonored Fox just climbed 1 spot to 21st. Maya is gaining on Thomas Moran, closing the gap by a second. Apex Milkbag has climbed 1 spot to 14. Globiles is chipping away at Frogsworth, narrowing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ is in 21st place, still hanging in there with the classic Chevrolet Bel Air. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, but they haven't given up yet. while Kevin Anna and Mission Man are neck and neck for the 16th spot. Tyler and James Misk are locked in a close fight for the 22nd position. Exception is currently in 6th place driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Their fastest lap is 1:49.92, so they're holding a decent pace, but not quite catching the top 3. Looks like they're staying steady but not making big moves yet. Bill the old guy is really closing in on Liam, just 2 seconds behind now. Maya has climbed up 1 spot to 8th place. The fight for 7th between Maya and Bill the old guy is heating up. Looks like a tight squeeze. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Vargala Svet is gaining on Rome Spider, cutting the gap by 2/4 seconds. Official Class Alive has moved up 1 spot to 17th. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Shoebox JV is closing in on 2nd place. Exception is creeping up behind them. Thomas Moran is dropping like a stone to 13th place. Layum is climbing to 5th. Maya is advancing to 6th. Frogsworth is on a tier, climbing from way back to 7th place. Apex Milkbag is closing in fast on Geogina Miracles, cutting the gap by 19 seconds. Thomas Moran is having a rough time, dropping 8 spots to 21st. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Bill the old guy has moved up to 7th place, also gaining 1 spot atop. Vargala Svet has made a nice jump of 2 spots to 8th place. Thomas Moran advances to 20th place. James Misk climbs to 21. Tyler moves up to 22. Frogsworth's car is way off the pace with the best lap of 1 minute 55 seconds and a half. Looks like they're struggling to keep up in the back of the pack. Decauriguirdo is in 15th place with a starting position of 15. Their fastest lap is 1 minute 47 seconds and 58 milliseconds. The race looks tight for them, but they're holding steady around their starting spot. Wow, Arlo Coast, you really outpaced everyone. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Arlo Coast really showed everyone what they're made of. Congratulations on winning the race. You definitely earned it. As for the rest of you, great effort. Maya, because you pulled off the most overtakes, you get to claim the 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air True Classic. Enjoy cruising in style. Here's a fun fact about the 1992 Jaguar XJ220 that might make you do a double take. It was actually the fastest production car in the world when it was launched, reaching a top speed of 217 miles per hour. Despite its incredible speed, it was built in quite a limited number. Only 276 were made. So if you see one, you're basically looking at a rare gem. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you've got a favorite ride, now's the moment to shout it out or forever hold your peace. Don't let your chance to pick the fastest, sleekest, most wheelie-worthy car slip away. Get those choices in before the countdown hits 0. Well, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have Ozgazarad with a 1995 Rough CTR2, a car known for its raw power and engineering precision, but a bit vintage now. On the other side, I'm behind the wheel with a 1997 Lamborghini Diablo S50, which is all about speed, style, and that unmistakable V12 roar. Considering that the race is at Brno and car choice is huge here, I'd say the Diablo saved my handling department thanks to its design and power-to-weight ratio. But don't count out Ozgazarad's Rough either. It's got that legendary German build quality, and might just surprise us with some technical prowess. In the end, I'd put my money on the Lamborghini for the win. But don't be too shocked if Ozgazarad's Rough pulls out a sneaky victory. It's all about who's got the better AI driving skills and a bit of luck. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Brno with the 1990 Supercars class. Gesteron 33. 796 is starting on pole with a 1993 Jaguar XJ220. So get ready for some classic speed. Buckle up! Wurzel has shot off the line to take the lead. Gesteron 33,796 is holding strong in second, and Ixijax is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Its Saror is on a roll, climbing to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yakiraman just moved up 1 spot to 5th. Mutuba and DC KBZ Rogers are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th place. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Amy is closing in on the leader, now just a few seconds behind. Mutuba is making a move, creeping closer to the top 5. Imbus Platinum and Oscar Zerod are nose to nose. Looks like a photo finish is on the horizon. James Misk is closing in on DCKB Zerogirds, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are battling for 7th place. Radid Zero Activa Vixen is climbing 2 spots to take 11. Radid Zero Activa Vixen and Imjust Platinum are fighting for 10. Trash Crashton is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 13. James Misk is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 7th. Radid Zero Activa Vixen is also making moves, climbing 2 spots to 9th. Keruvanin is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 15th. Ixijax and Gesteron 133,796 are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Mutuba is inching up, now in 5th. Induced Platinum is now in 9th place. Trash Crashton has moved up to 10th. Maya and Ozgazerod are still neck and neck for 12th. Radid Zero Active Vixen climbs to 7th place. Imbus Platinum is closing in on James Misk, now just 1.3 seconds behind. The battle for 8th place is heating up. Imbus Platinum just overtook someone to take the 8th place. James Misk and Imbus Platinum are still nose to nose for that spot. Dion Wolf and Maya are neck and neck for 12th. Trash Crashton is climbing up to 9th place. James Misk and Trash Crashton are nose to nose for 9th. I am inching up to 11th. Yucky Ramen is climbing to 5th place. James Misk and Trash Crashton are locked in a close fight for 9th. It's Aurora is advancing to 14. Ixijax is now in 3rd place. Rediterra Activixen is gaining on Mutu, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Its Aurora has climbed 2 spots and is now in 12th place. Yakiramen and Gesteron, 133,796, are nose to tail for 4th place. Joan Wolf just gained a spot to 13. Keruvanin also moved up 1 to 14. Yesterone 33,796 is driving a 1993 Jaguar XJ 220 Estem currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding a solid position, but the race is tight at the top. The vintage supercars are mixing it up with some surprising leaders, but the older cars seem to struggle with consistency. The track's tight corners probably favor the more agile models, but the slower cars are holding on due to maybe better handling or just luck. Trash Crashton and Imdes Platinum are nose to nose for 8th place. Its Sarar just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Maya and James are locked in a close fight for 11th. Trash Crashton is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. Joan Wolf has moved up to 12th place, also gaining 1 position. Anonymous Ninity 3 is now in 17th place, advancing 1 spot. Zero Team Leaf is driving a 1990 Chevrolet Corvette C4ZR1. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Joan Wolf is climbing to 11th place. James Misk and DJ Lone Wolf are nose to nose for that spot. Ruvanen is also making progress, now in 14th. Wow, Forza winning the race. Who saw that coming? Congratulations on the victory, maybe you're just a natural at this. Wow, Forza did it. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving from the AI. Now, for the car claim, Maya has won the bet race and can pick up a 1997 Lamborghini Diablo SV. That's quite the vintage ride to add to the collection. Well done to everyone who raced today. And I can't wait to see who takes the next challenge. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 1971 Dodge Charger Superbe. It has that classic muscle car appeal, and with its power and rawness, it might have the edge on the circuit. Plus it looks like it means business. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over. Don't miss out on your chance to see your favorite ride hit the track. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. The 1971 Puma GTB is a sleek classic, known for its agility and style. But the 1969 Pontiac GTO has that raw muscle and power edge. On the Charlotte road course, where handling and acceleration are key, I'd lean toward the GTO because of its strong engine and aggressive vibe. But don't count out the Puma, especially if Max Spirally can leverage its nimbleness. It's going to be close, but I'd say the Pontiac G2 might just squeak out a win here. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Charlotte Road Course. Wrath 92 is on pole, cruising in a classic 1972 Ford Gran Torino. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Girl of Diamond has taken the lead right out of the gate. Wrath 92 is holding strong in second, and Sengoshi is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. G-Max 8 is on the move, climbing up to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. That Salty Serena is also making progress, grabbing the 22nd spot by passing 3 cars. Caffeinated Car and its Syrah are locked in a tight duel for 5th place. Nirmoyadar is on a roll, climbing up to 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Caffeinated Car just gained 1 spot to sit in 5th. Amy is making moves up 2 spots to 9th. Iconic Odd and Obliers are locked in a tight fight for 14th place. Crystal 33 is climbing up to 19th. That Salty Serena is also on the move, now 20th. Caffeinated Car and Silent Fox 213 are nose to tail for 4th place. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing up to 7th. Prodigy Place 58 and its Syrah are locked in a close fight for 6th. Caffeinated Car is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 2nd place. Sengoshi is making a move, now leading the race. Girl of Diamond and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose, fighting for 2nd. Wrath 92 is on fire, climbing to 1st place after overtaking 3 cars. Girl of Diamond is having a rough time, dropping back to 11th. Starbucks is making a comeback, overtaking 11 cars to reach the 17th spot. Girl of Diamond is on a roll, now leading the race. Husky Hog is closing in fast on Max Barley, the gap shrinking by 16 seconds. That Salty Serena is making moves, climbing up to 20 after overtaking 3 cars. Wrath 92 and Girl of Diamond are nose to tail for the lead. G-Maxi just gained a spot and is now in 13th. That Salty Serena is also climbing, now in 19th. Wrath 92 and Girl of Diamond are nose to tail for the lead. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing up to take the 4th spot. Caffeinated Car and Prodigy Place 58 are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Prodigy Place 58 is on fire, jumping 3 cars to take the lead. Amy is not far behind, overtaking 5 to climb into 3rd. Given Surogai is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots into 5th. Singoshi just snuck into third place. Caffeinated car is climbing fast into fourth. Then 17 is making a move into seventh. Things are heating up. Max Beerley is really pushing to catch Itsarara, closing the gap by over a second. That's Altizarena just sneaked into the top 17, climbing one spot. Girl of Diamond is gaining on Fish to Husky, trimming nearly 2¼ seconds off the distance. Lufinen 18 is climbing up to 24th place. Fish to Husky is catching Starbucks, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Caffeinated Car and Singoshi are neck and neck for third place. Meanwhile, 5 places behind them, Favenza Rogai and Caffeinated Car are still trading paint for fourth. And in the midfield melee, Amy and Favenza Rogai are locked in a close fight for fifth. Favenza Rogai is climbing fast into third place. Wrath 92 and 5 Insurogai are nose to nose for second. G Maxiite just gained one spot and is now in seventh. Crystal 33 is on a roll, climbing from way back to 7th place. Goofina 19 is not far behind, also making a big move to 9th. Bill the old guy is gaining ground, now in 15th after overtaking 9 cars. G Maxiite is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Then 17 is sneaking up to 7th after overtaking 3 cars. Max Beerley is making a move to 13th, passing 3 cars as well. Wolf of Echo is climbing to 8th place. Bill Theodgi is now in 22nd position. Fish to Husky is narrowing the gap to Starbucks by 1 second. Wow! Prodigy place 58 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Congratulations on the win! Wow, way to go, Prodigy place 58. You really showed those other cars who's boss. Great job pulling ahead and crossing that finish line first. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on top speed and aerodynamics. Talladega is all about those massive high-speed packs, where the car's ability to cut through the air and maintain velocity is crucial. Handling and cornering are less important here because the track is so long and straight that staying in the draft and not losing momentum is what really matters. So, a car built for raw speed and stability at high speeds would be the ideal choice for this race. Alright, so we've got Pace CRR with a 2011, Toyota Tundra taking on Lord Buttrell with a 2011, Dodge Ram D2. Both are big sturdy trucks and honestly they're not exactly the usual race cars. But hey, Talladega is all about speed and drafts, so let's see how these giants stack up. If it's about raw power and aerodynamics, neither of these trucks really have an edge over the typical race cars. However, the Toyota Tundra might have a slightly better shot, because Toyotas tend to be a bit more streamlined for high speed. The Dodge Ram, while tough, is probably a little less aerodynamic, which could mean trouble in those long drafting sessions. At the end of the day, I'm leaning toward Pace CRR with the Toyota, because it might just cut through the air a little better. But honestly, with trucks like these, anything can happen. Maybe someone's going to turn this into a surprise underdog story. Stay tuned! Alright folks, the race kicks off at Talladega and leading the pack is its Bumblebee, in a 2011 Toyota Tundra. Starting on pole. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Its Bumblebee has shot off the line into the lead. Autumn Thunderbird is holding strong in second. Squat Bender is hanging tight in third, but expect some early shuffles. Autumn Thunderbird just snatched the lead from its Bumblebee. They're still nose to nose for first place. Evensero Guy is creeping up behind in third. Looks like a close fight for the podium. Its Bumblebee and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail for the lead. Squat Bender and Evensero Guy are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Emerald Tick through 988 and Squat Bender are battling hard for fourth. Its Bumblebee just snatched the lead from the front. Emerald Tick through 988 and Squat Bender are nose to nose for fourth. Zachary TV is climbing fast, now in sixth place. Emerald Tick through 988 and Squat Bender are nose to tail for fourth place. S-Davin Games and Velocitor 14 are locked in a close fight for 9. Waffling Gutters is climbing up to 13th, inching closer to the top half. Autumn Thunderbird just overtook someone to take the lead. Its Bumblebee and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to nose for first place. Emerald Tick through 988 is climbing up to fourth. Emerald Tick through 988 and Evensero Guy are battling hard for third. Evensero Guy just overtook Autumn Thunderbird for the lead. Autumn Thunderbird is holding strong in second, but not for long. Squat Bender is climbing up to fourth, closing the gap. Ayan! Autumn Thunderbird and Evensero Guy are nose to nose for the lead. Its Bumblebee and Autumn Thunderbird are swapping positions for second place. Emerald Tick through 988 is climbing up to fourth, making a move. Autumn Thunderbird just overtook, and now leads the race. Evensero Guy and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to nose for the top spot. Its Bumblebee and Evensero Guy are locked in a close fight for second place. Evensero Guy and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail for the lead. Its Bumblebee and Evensero Guy are also locked in a close fight for second. Zachary TV is climbing up one spot to sit in sixth. Zachary TV and Squat Bender are battling hard for fifth place. Ivanserogai just overtook, and is now in first place. Autumn Thunderbird and Ivanserogai are nose-to-tail fighting for the top spot. It's Bumblebee and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a close duel for second place. Autumn Thunderbird and Ivanserogai are nose-to-tail at the front. It's Bumblebee and Autumn Thunderbird are also locked in a fierce duel for second place. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing steadily, now in fourth. Its Bumblebee is now in first place after overtaking the previous leader. Ivanserogai and its Bumblebee are still neck and neck for the top spot. Squeakbender has climbed to fourth place, closing in on the leaders. Medisbury is on a roll, climbing to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is making a move, now in 18th place after passing 4 cars. Mr. Rush is also on the rise, now in 19th place with 4 cars overtaken. Maya is on the move, climbing up to 23rd after overtaking 3 cars. Loeb Buttrell is dropping back, now in 29. Waffling Godders is having a tough time, down to 30th. Wow, Ivanserogai really pulled off the win. Guess all that practice paid off. Nice job. Wow, Ivanserogai really outdid everyone else. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. A fun fact about the 2009 Nissan G-ER GT1 is that it was built specifically for racing and was based on the legendary R35 GTR, but with significant modifications to compete in the GT1 class. It's like turning a street superhero into a racetrack warrior, proving that even supercars like the GTR can have a wild side when racing is involved. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car. The clock is ticking down fast, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun of seeing which AI-powered car will dominate the race. Get those decisions in. Oh, this is a tough one but a fun one too. The 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR is a pretty beast with its sleek design and powerful engine, but the 2003 Alcon Porsche 996 the turbo has a reputation for its raw grunt and turbocharged fury. If I had to pick, I'd lean slightly towards the Carrera GTR. because of its agility and modern tech. But hey, that Biturbo is no slouch, and might surprise us with some turbocharged tricks. Let's see who makes the better moves on Bannockbrae Yard Reverse. It's bound to be a close call. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Bannockbrae Yard Reverse, and up front we've got the Generate class with a classic 2001 BMW M3E 46 GT are leading the pack. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole position, or if the others are just going to breeze past. Yesterone 33,796 has shot off the line to take the lead. Eganarite is right behind in second place, and Kestaflex is holding on to third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Kestaflex is climbing to second place. Relaxed View is now in fourth. Autumn Thunderbird has jumped 2 spots to fifth. Relax View and Degenerate are nose to tail for third place. Husky Hawk has gained 1 spot and is now in sixth. Gliding Penguin and Husky Hog are fighting hard for sixth position. Relaxed View is climbing to third place. Telescope Baime and Kingrut are nose to nose for 12th. Vinha 17 and Telescope Baime are also locked in a close fight for 13th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 10th place. Amy and Maya are neck and neck for 10th. Vinha 17 is climbing to 12th. Telescope Baime is just ahead of Vinha 17, so they're in a good position to battle. If they stay consistent, they might have a shot at overtaking. Squat Bender is really closing in on Bakamanen, just a second and a half behind now. Moo Tuba and Trehart Triad are nose to nose for 25th place. This is getting spicy. Gliding Penguin and Husky Hog are nose to tail for 6th place. Telescope Baime and Kingrut are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Trehart Triad just gained 1 position, now sitting in 24th. Eganarite is climbing to 3rd place. Caseflex and Egeneratorate are nose to nose for 2nd. Gliding Penguin is advancing to 6th. Gliding Penguin and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a close fight for 5th. Relaxed View is climbing fast into 2nd place. Caseflex and Relaxed View are nose to nose for 2nd. Husky Hog is also making moves now in 5th. Husky Hog is closing in on Egenerate, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Botka Moning and Gliding Penguin are battling tightly for 7th place. Telescope beam is climbing 2 spots to 11th. Relaxed View is gaining on Jester 133,796, closing the gap a bit more. Husky Hog is making a move on Incinerate as well. And Telescope beam is creeping closer to Maya, cutting down the distance by almost 3 seconds. Looks like the race is heating up. Relaxed View is closing in on Jester 133,796, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Telescope beam has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. King Root has also gained 1 position, now in 13th. Relaxed View is closing in on Jester 133,796, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Husky Hog is climbing 2 spots to 3rd place. Squat Bender is moving up 1 spot to 8th. Squat Bender and Gliding Penguin are neck and neck for 7th place. Telescope beam is closing in on Bakamano, cutting the gap by over a second. Shotskis and U20 plays are locked in a close fight for 15th. Squat Bender is climbing up to 6th place. Gliding Penguin and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to nose for 7th. Telescope beam is closing in on Botguminen, chipping away at the gap. Squat Bender is closing the gap on Incinerate, shaving off 1.4 seconds. King Root is climbing up 1 spot to 12. Lanky Frankie and Shotskis are locked in a close fight for 15th. Husky Hog is inching closer to Relaxed View, closing the gap by a second. 1. Incinerate is climbing to 4th place. Squat Bender is catching Kista Flex, narrowing the distance by almost 2 seconds. U20 plays and Shotskis are nose to tail for 16th place. Gabby the Minimac just gained 1 spot to 24. Gabby the Minimac and Tryhard Triac are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Amy is gaining on Kingrit, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. U20 plays and Shotskis are nose to nose for 16th place. Jacinda Box and the Amobius are locked in a fierce fight for 18th. Husky Hog is really eyeing Relaxed View now, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Squat Bender is making a move on Kista Flex, chipping away at 1.6 seconds. Gliding Penguin just snuck into 7th place, climbing up 1 spot. Well, look at that! Jester 133,796 has crossed the finish line first. Clearly they're the fastest thing on 4 wheels today. Well done! Wow! Congratulations to Jester 133,796. You must be absolutely unstoppable to win this race. I hope you're celebrating your victory because that was one intense competition. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Since Daytona Beach has a mix of high-speed sections and some tricky turns, you want a car that can stay glued to the road through those curves. Speed is important, but if the car can't handle the quick changes in direction, you'll be spinning out or losing time. So, a balanced setup that emphasizes grip and maneuverability would give the best shot at dominating this race. Alright everyone, if you want to remove a car from the race, just type !remove followed by the number of the car you want gone. For example, if you want to remove car number 3, type !remove 3. Easy peasy. Keep those cars on their toes. Hey everyone! Just a heads up, if you've ever cheered Bits in the chat, you can now display a Bits badge next to your name. Go ahead and show off your support. It's a fun little way to stand out while we watch these cars tear up the track. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up. In this race, no two drivers are exactly alike. Each AI has its own unique personality and driving style. So watch out for some unexpected moves. It's like a virtual roller coaster out here. Alright everyone, last call. Make your picks now or forever hold your peace while these AI cars race without your input. Don't miss out on the excitement. Time's ticking. Hey there, Elias98. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again for some epic AI racing action. Hope you're ready for some turbocharged fun. Oh wow! We've got an interesting matchup here. The Bentley Continental GT3 from 2015 is known for its luxurious build and decent speed. But it's been around for a few years, so it might not have the latest tech. On the other hand, the Acura SX GT3 from 2016 is a nimble, high-performance machine with a reputation for agility and precision. Given the racing conditions of Daytona Beach, which favor handling and quick acceleration, I'd probably put my chips on the Acura. It's lightweight and more tuned for cornering, which can give it the edge in a race where sharp turns and speed transitions matter. But hey, it's AI racing. Anything can happen. I'd say buckle up and watch for a surprising turn or two. Alright everyone, this race was a special request by yours truly, so make sure to thank me later. We're kicking off at Daytona Beach with Vina 17, on pole driving a 2011 Chevrolet Camaro GT3. Let's see if they can hold their lead. Shotskis has taken an early lead, pulling ahead of Vina 17, who is holding strong in second. Schmerzenlieb is in third. trying to keep up with the front runners. Elias's 98 is making a strong push into the top 10, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Nonstop is also climbing fast, grabbing 3 positions. Queen Monda is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to climb into the mid-20s. Kakrish is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Linha 17 and Shotskis are nose-to-nose for the lead. Hymas and Majako Blake are locked in a close fight for 5th. Majako Blake just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Bubote and Ajako Blake are nose-to-nose for that 4th spot. Aussie 212 and Hymas are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Linha 17 is leading the race now. Amy just overtook 3 cars to reach 8th place. Kaboompa also gained 3 spots. Now in 10th, the race is heating up. Shotskis just overtook Schmerzenlive for 2nd place. Aussie Wu and 2 and the Bate are nose to tail for 5th. The fight for the top is heating up. Hymas is on the move, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lazy Towner is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 22nd. Bubote and Maria Koblaish are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Maria Koblaish is now in 4th place. Bubote has moved up to 5th. Aussie 12002 is in 6th and closing in on Bubote. Aussie U222 and Bubote are neck and neck for 5th place. Aussie 10 and 2 just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Bubote and Aussie 222 are nose to nose for that spot. Elias X98 and Hymas are also locked in a close fight for 8th. Kaboomper and Bubote are nose to nose for 6th place. Elias X98 just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Amy and Joey Pastrami are locked in a close fight for 10th. Amy May just overtook Mastag and is now in 10th place. Nonstop is right behind in 11th. They're neck and neck. Looks like a close fight for that 10th spot. Schmerzenlive just snuck into 2nd place. Shotskis and Schmerzenlive are nose to tail for that spot. Aussie 22 is chipping away at Majaka Bleich's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Aussie 2002 and Anarka Bleich are locked in a close fight for 4th. Shotskis and Schmerzenlive are nose to tail for 2nd place. Aussie Lau just nudged up to 4th and is eyeing Kaboomper, who's also climbing for 5th. Looks like a small cluster of action behind the leader. Hey Naga 77, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you rejoining the race here. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun with the AI cars. Shotskis just overtook Schmerzenlive for 2nd place. Kaboomer is closing in on them now in fourth. The battle for the top is heating up. Schmerzenliebe is climbing fast and now in the lead. Vinha 17 and Schmerzenliebe are nose to nose for first place. Shotskis and Vinha 17 are battling hard for second. Vinha 17 is now in first place. Shotskis has moved up to second. Kaboomer is closing in on Schmerzenliebe, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are battling fiercely for third place. Kaboomer is climbing up to third place. Shotskis and Kaboomer are nose to nose for second. Morningstarsel is advancing to 14th. Morningstarsel and Naya are locked in a close fight for 13th. Joey Pastrami and Nestek are neck and neck for 9th place. Morningstarsel and Naya are locked in a close fight for 13th. Windstorm and Alex Hasnabrain are battling it out for 20th. Kaboomer is climbing to second place. Aussie 2002 is making a move to fourth. Magica Blake is sneaking into fifth. Maya is holding steady in third place. Amy just overtook someone to move into fifth. Schmerzenliebe is closing in on Jacob Leitch for sixth. Ally looks like a tight squeeze for that spot. Joey Pastrami is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dumbboard Boy is closing in on Jaimai's fast, shrinking the gap by 1740 seconds. Eliasix 988 is moving up 2 spots to sit in 6th. Eliasix 988 and Amy are neck and neck fighting for 5th place. Windstorm dropping back to 25th place. Looks like the struggle is real. Elias X988 climbing 2 spots to 4th. Mistake inching up to 8th. The race is heating up. Kaboomer is gaining on Vinha 17, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Elias X988 is inching closer to Shotskis, closing the gap by 1 second. Joey Pastrami and Amy are locked in a tight battle for 6th place. Elias X98 is climbing fast into 2nd place. Joey Pastrami and Mystic are neck and neck for 5th. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Kaboomer is climbing to 2nd place. Nastek has gained 2 spots and is now in 4th. Joey Pastrami and Shotskis are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Joey Pastrami is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Schmerzenliebe also moving up 1 spot to 7th. Amy and Schmerzenliebe are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th place. Elias X988 is chipping away at Kaboomer's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amy has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Schmerzenliebe and Amy are nose-to-nose, fighting for 7th position. Shorter Todoro K39 is closing in on Gales, the gap shrinking by 5 seconds. Queen Monda is gaining on Creek G, closing almost 11 seconds. Kabumper is catching Vinha 17, narrowing the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Maya is charging through the field, now in 7th place after overtaking 5 cars. Nistek has climbed to 3rd place. Shotskis has moved up to 4th place. The race is heating up. Haimais is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Schmerzenliebe and Amy are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th place. Morningstar is gaining ground, now in 7th after moving up 1 spot. The battle between Morningstar and Schmerzenliebe for 6th is heating up. Alex Has No Brain is climbing fast, now in the 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Schmerzenliebe and Amy are neck and neck for 5th. Maya just moved up to 7th, inching closer to the top. Looks like Maya and Schmerzenliebe are about to tangle for 6th. Jmaxia is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 19th place. Iconic Odd is on the rise, overtaking 4 cars to reach 20th. Cub Boomper is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Shotskis is closing in on Amstek, cutting the gap by 18.2 seconds. Nistek just moved up 2 spots to 2nd place. Morningstar also gained 2 spots, now in 8th. Elias 98 is slicing through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shotskis is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place. Schmerzenliebe is also making moves, now in 4th position. Elias 98 is gaining on Vinha 17, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Majakubleich is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Schmerzenliebe is catching up to Nistek, narrowing the distance by 1 second. Iconic Odd is closing in on Lazy Towner, now just under 8 seconds behind. Amy is catching Schmerzenliebe, the gap down to just over 1 second. The two of them are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Some board boy is on a roll, climbing 3 places to take the 19th spot. Amy has edged up 1 position to sit in 4th. Schmerzenliebe and Amy are nose to tail, fighting hard for the 4th place. Schmerzenliebe is on a roll, now leading the race. Vinha 17 is closing in fast, right behind in 2nd. Ablaze is making a move, climbing up to 20. Elias X988 is on a roll, climbing 7 places to take 3rd. Nox Exodus is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 6th. Bubute and Haimais are locked in a close fight for 14th. Marakobleich is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 7 cars. Nonstop is also making moves, jumping 5 positions to 5th. Aussie 12,002 is not far behind, overtaking 6 cars to land in 6th. Things are heating up at the front. Vinha 17 is gaining on Schmerzenlive, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 7th place. Morning Starsel and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7th position. Aussie up to 2 is inching closer to M-Steck, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Kaboompa has climbed 1 spot into 10th place. Alex Has No Brain is narrowing the distance to Shota Todoroka 39 by 1.7 seconds. Vinha 17 just overtook Schmerzenlive to take the lead. Vinha 17 and Schmerzenlive are still nose to tail at the front. Morning Starsel and Amy are swapping places every corner for 7. Elias 698 is closing in on Schmerzenlive, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Magic Oblige is gaining on Elias 698, closing the gap by 1 second. Morning Starsel and Amy are locked in a tight battle for 7th place. Elias 698 is inching closer to Schmerzenlive, closing the gap by just over a second. Morning Starsel and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. Kaboompa is gaining ground on Morning Starsel, chopping nearly 2.5 seconds off the gap. Elias 698 is closing in on Schmerzenlive, cutting the gap by 11 seconds. Sumboard Boy just overtook 3 cars to grab the 15th spot. Katsuma Girl is also on the move, overtaking 3 cars to take 16th place. Elias 698 just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Magic Oblige is also climbing up to 3rd. Bubote is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by almost 2 seconds. Nonstop is climbing to 4th place. Aussie 22 is also advancing to 5th. Nox Exodus is gaining on Bubote, cutting the gap by a little over a second. Morning Starsel is closing in on Amy fast, just a second behind now. XOSAs is climbing up the field, grabbing the 23rd spot. Aussie 210 is gaining on Nonstop, closing the gap by a full second. Morning Starsel and Amy are neck and neck for 7th place. Kaboompa and Morning Starsel are also battling hard for 8th. Elias X98 is inching closer to Vinha 17, the gap shrinking by 1.3 seconds. Amy is closing in on Schmerzenlive, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Alex Has No Brain is gaining on Shotodoroka 39, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. The battle for the 18th spot between Alex Has No Brain and Shotodoroka 39 is getting tight. Iconic Odd is slicing through the track, closing in on Lazy Towner by 11 seconds. Cab Bumper just grabbed the 8th spot, climbing 1 position. Alex Hasnobrain is making moves, now in the 18th spot after climbing 1 place. Nonstop is in 4th place with a Lamborghini Huracan GT3. They're running a solid race, but are a bit behind the leader. Looks like they're pushing hard with the fastest lap of 1:40.289. Nonstop is right behind Majako Blake now, closing the gap by a second. Lazy Towner is gaining on Chateau Jadrock at 39, closing in by more than a second. G-Mex Side has climbed 1 spot and is now in 22nd place. Amy is slicing through the field, closing in on Schmerzen Live. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 12th place. Bubate and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for 12th. K-Boomper is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Schmerzen Live and K-Boomper are nose to tail for that spot. Amy and Schmerzen Live are also locked in a close fight for 7. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place, watching the chaos unfold behind her. Shotskis is closing in on her, inching closer with every turn. Nonstop is making a strong push for the top, trying to catch the leaders. Nox Exodus is climbing fast into the top 10. Bubate is also making moves, closing in on the top 10. Haimais is inching closer, but still a few spots behind. K-Boomper is driving a 2016 Jetta G55 GT3. They're currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 39 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady and making some decent progress. Gikreshk is gaining fast on Queen Manda, the gap shrinking by 6 seconds. K-Boomper is closing in on Aussie 2002, just over a second behind. Ilias Ninity 8 is creeping closer to Bubba T, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. That fight for 11th place is heating up, tight and tense. Schmerzen Live is climbing to 5th place. Morningstar is also moving up to 7. Shotskis and Morningstar Soul are nose to nose for 7. Morningstar Soul just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Shotskis is also climbing up to 7th. Maya and Amy are still neck and neck for 8th place, no clear leader yet. K-Boomper is gaining on Aussie 2022, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Nox Exodus has also moved up 1 spot to 9th. Looks like Maya and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 8th. Hot Bolognese is closing in on SS Daven Games rapidly. Nox Exodus just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Maya and Nox Exodus are neck and neck for 8th place. Nonstop is closing in on Vinhasaventine fast, just 8.9 seconds behind now. Shotskis and Morningstar Soul are nose to nose for 6th place. Elias 98 and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Kabumpa is climbing to 3rd place. Schmerzenlied is also moving up to 4. Shotskis and Morningstarsol are nose to nose for 6th. Morningstarsol is closing in on Shotskis, cutting the gap by 11.7 seconds. Shotskis has moved up 2 spots to take 5th place. Nox Exodus is climbing 1 spot to 7th place. Majakobleich is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya has gained 1 spot, now in 7th. Elias X988 has also moved up 1 position, sitting in 8th. Looks like Maya and Elias X98 are nose to tail fighting for 7th. Nestek is slicing into Vinha 17's tail, now just a second behind. Nox Exodus has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Amy and Nox Exodus are nose to tail for 9th. Kai Boompa is gaining on Mstek, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Shotskis is closing in on Schmerzenlive, reducing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Maya and Morningstarsol are locked in a tight battle for 6th place. Shotskis is closing in on Schmerzenlive fast enough to make it a race. Nox Exodus just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Maya and Nox Exodus are neck and neck for 7th, so expect some serious side-by-side action soon. Gravy Graves is slicing through the field, now just a hair behind Kikrig. Nya and Nox Exodus are neck and neck for 7th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Bubote is on the prowl, closing the distance to Aussie 2 by 1.5 seconds. Nox Exodus is inching closer to Morningstarsol, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Elias X98 is climbing up 1 spot to take 8th place. Nox Exodus and Elias X98 are now locked in a fierce duel for 7th. Shotskis is nearly on Schmerzenlive's tail now. Elias X98 just climbed 1 spot to 7th. Maya is gaining on Nox Exodus, closing the gap by 1 second and 1/3. Welcome back, Daily Pack 41. Glad to see you return to the race arena. Hope you're ready to see some AI cars burn rubber and make us all look bad. Good to have you here. Elias X98 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Schmerzenlive is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 2nd. And Maya is inching forward, advancing 1 spot to 8th. Magical Bleich is on a charge, now in 4th place after overtaking 7 cars. Amy is climbing fast, now in 6th after passing 4 cars. Elias 98 is inching up, now in 3rd place after moving up 1 spot. Aussie 2 is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is closing in on Stek, chopping the gap by 2 seconds. Bubute just moved up one spot to 12. Iliasix 988 is gaining on Schmerzen Live and is now just under 2 seconds behind. Bubute is closing in on me and has chipped away at the gap by 1.7 seconds. Jamaxiite is catching up to Exoasis and has reduced the distance by a little over a second. Iliasix 988 is closing in on Schmerzen Live, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Nonstop is climbing up the ranks, moving one spot to take 4th place. Mareko Bleich and Nonstop are in a tight battle for that 4th position. Shotskis is gaining fast on Amy, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Iliasix 988 is inching closer to Schmerzen Live, cutting it down by over 2 seconds. Mareko Bleich and Nonstop are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Maya is on the move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hymas is not far behind, grabbing 9th after passing 4. Mareko Bleich is making steady progress, moving up to 4th. Exoasis is catching up to Lazy Towner fast. Jamaxiite is right behind Exoasis now. Hot Bolognese is closing in on Gravy Graves, but still a bit of a distance. Lazy Towner is gaining fast on Kaizumer Girl, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Iliasix 98 just moved up one spot to 2nd place. Nonstop is chipping away at Schmerzen Live, narrowing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Ilias 988 is gaining on Vinha 17, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Nonstop has climbed one spot into 3rd place. Shotskis is narrowing the distance to Anja Koblech by almost 1.5 seconds. Shotskis is closing in on Mareko Bleich, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. K-Bumper is climbing up one spot to take the 10th place. Bubute and K-Bumper are nose to nose for that 10th position. Nonstop is closing in on Iliasix 988, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Shotskis has climbed 2 spots to take 4th place. Maya is moving up one spot to sit in 6th. Maya is closing in on Schmerzen Live, cutting the gap down to just over 1 second. Nox Exodus is gaining on Bubba T, closing in by a little over 1 second. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 19th place, making moves through the pack. Cab Boomper is climbing fast, now in 8th place. Amy and K Boomper are nose to nose for 8th. Morning Starsel is chipping away at Hymise's lead, closing in by over 2 seconds. Nonstop is climbing up to 2nd place. Amy and K Boomper are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Sunboard Boy is chipping away at Alexis No Brain's lead, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Schmerzen Live is right behind Shotskis now, closing the gap quickly. Mareko Bleich is gaining on Maya and getting closer. Morningstar is chipping away at High Mize's lead, closing in steadily. Some board boys is really closing in on Alex Hasnabrain. Just 1:30 seconds behind now. They're battling for 15th place, so expect some serious moves soon. Queen Monda is climbing up to 23rd, gaining 1 spot. Congratulations, Vina 17. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Now you can enjoy the sweet taste of victory. Well done. Wow, Vina 17 really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations. You definitely showed everyone that you're the one to beat today. Great job out there. Here's a fun fact about the 2019 Ford Mustang. It was the first Mustang to receive an available active valve performance exhaust system, which means you can go from a quiet cruiser to a roaring beast at the push of a button. Perfect for those moments when you want to surprise your friends, or just let everyone know you're on a roll. Alright. We've got Mr. Chicken Live in a Holden Commodore VE from 2007 and Lord Buttrell in a Ford Falcon FG from 2008. Both are solid choices with some serious Australian muscle. The Commodore might have a slight edge with its handling, but the Falcon's got that raw power and a reputation for speed. Honestly, it could come down to who handles Donington better, which is tricky for these American muscle-inspired rides. If I had to pick, I'd lean slightly towards Mr. Chicken Live because of the handling finesse, but I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Buttrell pulls off a surprise with that power. Either way, it should be a close and entertaining race. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Donington Park National. And leading the way is Merchican Live in that classic 2007 Holden Commodore VE. Looks like he's got the early lead, but who knows how long they'll last in this chaos. Stay tuned. Lord Buttrell has taken an early lead, followed closely by Merchican Live and Skozerus. The top three are already setting the pace. Taknesty is climbing up to third place. Skozerus and Taknesty are nose to nose for third. Knaga 77 is also moving up to fifth. Knaga 77 is now in fourth place. Awilreino has climbed to seventh, and Maya is in ninth, inching closer to the top. Botgamuneng is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. They are currently in 8th place, just ahead of Maya and behind Amy. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Merchican Live is holding the lead, but Lord Buttrell is right behind and likely to put pressure soon. The race is heating up. Merchican Live is holding on to the lead, but Lord Buttrell is right behind, ready to pounce. It's a tight race, so expect some serious moves soon. Maya is closing in on Salmon for 9th place. Botgamuneng is holding firm just ahead of Maya in 8th. This race is getting spicy in the middle of the pack. Apex Milk Bag and Crandy Live are nose to tail for 11th place. Unknown Tactis and Vagrant Enchanter are locked in a fierce scrap for 14th. Amy is in 14th place with a 2019 Ford Mustang. Lily looks like she's struggling a bit with pace, currently behind the pack. Vagrant Enchanter is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. Looks like they're hanging around mid-pack, not making any big moves, but staying consistent. Skozerus is driving a 27-7 Holden Commodore VFE and is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite close enough to challenge the top. Merchican Live is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control, unless someone pulls off a miracle. Unknown Tactis is driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just outside the top 10, and their lap times Awilreino is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so they're probably just hanging in there. Asuroni is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang and is currently in the 16th place. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack with a decent lap time. Dialopac 41 is climbing up to 15th place. Unknown Tactics and Dialopac 41 are nose to tail, fighting for that spot. Unknown Tactics just edged ahead of Dialopac 41 for 15th place. They're nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Scocerops and Naga 77 are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Unknown Tactics is sneaking up one spot to take the 14th position. Scocerops is driving a 2007 Holden Commodore V and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is 19.685, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top. Well, look at that! Merchican Live has taken the top spot at Donington Park National. Clearly, they're the one to beat. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Merchican Live on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Well-deserved victory. And a shout out to Naga 77 for the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a 2019 Ford Mustang with a V8 Supercars engine. Enjoy cruising around in style. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and you don't want to miss out on the fun. Get your choices in before it's too late. Wow, what a matchup! The Porsche 911 GT2 is known for its precision and handling, especially in a race setting. It's like the Swiss Army knife of cars, reliable and quick. On the other hand, the Lamborghini Diablo GTR is all about raw power and an aggressive stance. It's the kind of ride that turns heads and screams speed. If this were a race based purely on straight-line speed, I might lean towards the Diablo GR because of its big engine. But if maneuverability and cornering are involved, the Porsche could have the edge. Honestly, I'd put my money on the Porsche for a more consistent performance. But don't count out that Lamborghini just yet. It's like choosing between a calculated chess move and a reckless rush. Both exciting, but the outcome could surprise us. Alright everyone, we've got the race kicking off at Alice Track with the GTO class. Maya's on pole in a classic 1994 Ford Mustang Cobra CCA. Let's see if that vintage muscle can take the lead, or if the AI has other plans. King Malcolm X is leading the race with a strong start. I am currently in second place, holding my position. Pondon is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are pretty tightly packed early on. Just Panchakis is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to climb to 8th place. Mafia Mavi is dropping back, now in 22nd. Knalga 77 and Just Pankakis are nose to tail for 8th. Mafia Mavi is on a roll, climbing from way back to 2nd place. Autoleatorius and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose to nose for 16th. Reikoharu G and the Hyper 7 are locked in a close fight for 22nd. King Malcolm X and Mafia Mavi are nose to nose at the front. Zombush 86 is climbing to 18th place. Ediliva is also on the move, now 19th. Cherufit Kitten has stormed to the front, overtaking 19 cars to claim the lead. King Malcolm X and Cherufit Kitten are now locked in a close duel for first place. Bacon has gained 1 spot and is now in 4th position. King Malcolm X takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Maya is closing in and has moved up to 2nd. Bacon is also climbing and now holds 3rd. The top 3 are really swapping positions today. Nishiman and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Just Panchakas is slicing into Amy's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Mr. Wolf J is climbing steadily, now in 10th after gaining 1 spot. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Nishiman and Amy are nose to nose for 6th position. Alvidrino is climbing up to 10th place. Just Pankakis is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Amy and Just Pankakis are nose to nose for 6th. Alvidrino is making a move, now in 9th place. Mr. Wolf J is climbing to 10th place. Chubby Panda is closing the gap on Naga 77. Less than a second now. Anonymous Ninity 3 is moving up to 15th. Naga 77 just overtook Chubby Panda for 10th place. They are now nose to tail. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Autoleatorius has stormed to 1st place after overtaking 19 cars. The Hyper 7 is also making a move, climbing 19 spots to 2nd. King Malcolm X and the Hyper 7 are now nose to nose in a fierce duel for 2nd. King Malcolm X just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Yep. King Malcolm X and Autoleatorius are still nose to nose at the front. Maya is climbing up to 3rd place, inching closer to the leaders. King Malcolm X takes the lead now. Maya slips into 2nd place. Bacon is not far behind, climbing to 3rd. The race is heating up. Nishiman is climbing to 7th place. Wilderino and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Knaga 77 is advancing to 10th. Wow, King Malcolm X really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, King Malcolm X took the victory. Great job there, you really drove away with it. Now Amy, you just won the bet race, so you get to claim that legendary 1998 Porsche 911 GT2. GTTO, time to make that dream car yours. Alright, here's a fun fact for you about the 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia T. I Super. This car was essentially the Italian equivalent of a hot hatchback before hot hatchbacks were even a thing. It was built for racing but also street use, which means it was a true dual-purpose car. It had a lightweight body and a spirited 1.6-liter engine that made it a favorite on race tracks and winding roads alike. Basically, it's like the Swiss Army knife of classic cars. Compact, quick, and ready to surprise you at every turn. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make a decision before the race starts without your input. Don't let regrets drive your choices. Oh, this is a classic David versus Goliath situation. Shotsky's in that vintage Puma GTE is probably feeling pretty confident, since it's a sleek, agile machine designed for fun. Meanwhile, I've got my Lada 2101, which is more about endurance and rugged charm than speed. Given the track's technical turns and the fact that Shotsky's car is a bit more modern, I'd say they might have the edge in pure agility. But don't count out my Lada just yet. Sometimes the underdog surprises us all with its stubbornness and ability to hold its own. Let's see how it plays out. My money is on Shotskis to take the win, but I'll be cheering for a surprise. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Virginia International Patriot Reverse. Amy is starting on pole in a classic 1970 Abarth 1000 TCR. Let's see if that vintage charm can take her to the front. Right at the start, Amy is leading the pack with a strong opening. Knaga 77 is right behind in second place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Exo is climbing fast into second place. Maya has gained one spot and is now in fifth. The fight for fourth between Maya and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios is heating up. Looks like a close one. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a Renault 5 Alpine, which is known for its nimbleness and classic rally heritage. Looks like they're holding a solid position in the middle of the pack, not making any dramatic moves but staying steady. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just edged up one spot to take fourth place. Knaga 77 and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to tail, fighting for that fourth position. Shotskis is driving a Puma GTE from 1979. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Maya is driving a classic Lada 2101, which is known for its rugged simplicity. Looks like she's holding steady in the middle of the pack. Not quite making a move, but not falling behind either. Amy is leading in her Group 1 class with the 1970 Abarth 1000 TCR. She's holding the top spot comfortably, and her race looks smooth so far. Amy is leading comfortably in her Group 1 1970 Abarth 1000 TCR with a fastest lap of 14.714. She's maintaining a solid pace and seems to be in control of the race so far. Maya is currently in third place with a 1970 Lada 2101 Dante. She's got the fastest lap so far at 13.839, so she's definitely pushing hard. Looks like she's closing in on the top two. Route 3 Boy is pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's still in third. He might be eyeing that top spot if he keeps this up. Knaga 77 is driving a 1979 Lada 2105, which is known for its boxy design and simplicity. They're currently in sixth place, and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so it looks like the race might be a bit of a struggle for them today. Exoaces is driving in 1974 Abarth 124 Group 4, which is known for its agility and balance. Looks like they're pushing hard, currently in second place and with the fastest lap of the race. Shotskis is holding a slight lead over me, but I'm closing in fast. The final lap will be interesting. Shotskis is driving a Puma GTE from 1979, which is known for its classic style and decent handling. Their race looks steady so far, staying close behind the top contenders without making any dramatic moves. Maya is driving a 1970 Lada 2101, which is known for its simplicity and durability. She's currently in fourth place, holding her own with a decent lap time. Looks like she's trying to stay in the mix. The tight corners seem to favor the Renault and the Abarths, while the Ladas are struggling to keep up on the straights. Route3 Gaming Studios is driving a Renault 5 Alpine from 1976. They're currently in third place and have a fastest lap of just over a minute 3. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging for the lead. Amy is leading in her Group 1 car, a 1978 Abarth 1000 TCR. She's holding the top spot comfortably and has the slowest, fastest lap among the top 6, so she might be saving some fuel or just cruising. Wow, Exoaces, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on your victory! Wow, Exoaces really pulled off an incredible triple crown, didn't they? Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's the kind of performance that makes you sit back and go, wow. Congratulations to them for such a spectacular achievement. And as for the drivers who are in the running to claim a car, Maya, you've won the bet race, so you get to claim the 1970 Lada 2101 from Group 1. Nice job! Looks like someone's going home with a classic piece of automotive history today. Hey everyone! Quick reminder, the timer's about to run out. Make your picks fast or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI chooses for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, this is a classic battle of whoever has the most turbocharged nostalgia. The BMW 320e21. Turbo is known for its nimbleness and balance, making it a decent choice for a tricky dirt track like Bristol. On the other hand, the Lancia Stratos Turbo is a legendary rally car with serious dirt racing credentials, so it could have the edge here. If I had to guess, I'd say the Lancia might take the lead early on thanks to its rally pedigree. But don't count out the BMW. Sometimes, classic European engineering surprises us all. It's going to be a close one, but I'm leaning slightly towards Cap Holster and the Lancia. Let's see how these old legends perform. Alright everyone, starting at the front, we've got Blaming Buddha in a classic 1979 BMW MM 1E26 March, leading the pack here at Bristol's dirt track. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the chaos behind. JC Productions has shot off the line to take the lead. Hymize is right behind in second place, and King Rut is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Vargala Svet is on fire, climbing to third place after overtaking 4 cars. Hot Bolognese is making moves, now in 8th after passing 5 cars. Marjaco Bleich is gaining ground, now in 19th after overtaking 4 cars. Hymize is on fire, now leading the race. Jerk Plays is hot on their tail, both pushing hard. Gerlof Diamond is making a solid climb. Now, in 7th, the battle for the top is heating up. JC Productions just stole the lead from 3 cars in a flash. Evolution 954 is on a tear, climbing up 7 spots to 2nd. Brando Booster is making a move, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 4th. Things are heating up at the front. Blaming Buddha is on a tear, climbing to first place after overtaking 7 cars. Magical Belege is not far behind, also making a move through the field to take 2nd. Le Kaiju is on an impressive charge, overtaking 9 cars to grab 3rd. The race is heating up fast. Evolution 954 is climbing fast into the top 13. GTA Swishman 33 is making a strong push into the top 14. Wauk CB is on a serious charge, now in the top 15 after overtaking 9 cars. Magico Bleich and Le Kaiju are nose to nose for 2nd place. Sasatura just gained a spot and is now 5th. Cap Holster and Sasatura are locked in a close fight for 5th. Singoshi is really closing in on Marjaco Bleich, just a 2.5 behind now. Husky Hog is climbing up to 7th place. Husky Hog and Cap Holster are nose to nose for 6th. Looks like a battle is brewing. Kingrut is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 29. Le Kaiju is gaining on Blaming Buddha, closing the gap by over a second. Singoshi is climbing up to 3rd place, making some moves. Le Kaiju is closing in on Blaming Buddha, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Magical Blake has moved up one spot to third place. Le Kaiju and Magical Blake are now in a tight duel for second place. Sasatur is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to grab second place. Magical Blake and Zazatur are nose-to-tail fighting for second. Anasishi Vyundi, Le Kaiju and Singoshi are locked in a fierce duel for 4. Singoshi is climbing up to third place. Pumpkin of Glory is now in 10th. Waffling Otters has moved into 13. Husky Hog and Cap Holster are nose-to-tail fighting for 6th place. Pumpkin of Glory is closing in on the top 10, gaining 1 spot. Cap Holster has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Le Caillou and Cap Holster battling closely for 5th position. Pumpkin of Glory is closing the gap on Amy by 130 seconds. Sasatur and Blaming Buddha are nose-to-nose at the front. Magico Blake and Singoshi are swapping positions in the fight for third. Cap Holster and Magico Blake are also going wheel to wheel for 4th. Magico Blake just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Husky Hog and the Kaiju are still nose-to-nose for 6th. Pumpkin of Glory is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing the gap by a second. Cap Holster is really having a rough time dropping to 11th place. Singoshi and Magico Blake are locked in a tight fight for 3rd. Le Kaiju is climbing up to 5th, inching closer to the top. Cap Holster is having a rough time dropping to 17. Singoshi is climbing steadily into 3rd. Le Kaiju is closing the gap on Magico Blake, now just over a second behind. Wow, Sasatur really outpaced everyone at Bristol Dirt. Guess they're the new king of the dirt track now. Congratulations to Xasatur for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. You really showed those cars who's boss. And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim yourself a 1977 Lancia Stratos Turbo. Touchesade, Kurebe Nekami, Dian Turbo Gus. Nice choice. Keep those engines revving. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up. So get those selections in before the race begins. Don't miss out on your chance to root for your favorite iron steed. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4 might have the edge. Its combination of power, aerodynamics and racing pedigree usually makes it a strong contender on circuits like Brasilia Oval. The high downforce and top speed capabilities would give it an advantage in those long straightaways. Of course, the actual winner depends on the driver and setup. But if it's a straight-up race with no surprises, that Ferrari could very well take the victory. Well, this should be a fun race to watch. Basket and Fee's 26 Panos Esperante GT4 has a classic charm, but might feel a bit aged compared to the shiny new Maserati. Shattered Pixels 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC is a more modern, possibly more agile machine. My money's on the Maserati because newer technology usually gives you an edge, especially on an oval track where handling and acceleration matter a lot. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, so I wouldn't count out that Panos just yet. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Brasilia Oval, and Dale Pack 41 is leading the pack on pole with a sleek 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman G. Porsche 718 Cayman G4. Let's see if they can hold on to that spot or if someone else will surprise us. The race kicks off with Ayhik Sema leading the pack, followed closely by Dale Pack 41 and Amy Todiwa. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Dre 192 Dex and Basket and D are neck and neck for 5th place. Hamid Media and Dre 192 Dex are also close for 6th. Wayne Gretzky is climbing up to 9th and is now just behind Maya for 8th. Josh Bush and Amy are nose to nose for 3rd place. Dre 192 Bex is climbing to 5th. Wayne Gretzky is inching up to 8th. Josh Bush is climbing to 3rd place. Basket and TV is also moving up to 5th. Dre 192X and Basket and TV are neck and neck for 5th place. Dalapak 41 and Ihavik Sema are nose to nose for the lead. Dre 192X and Basket and TV are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Shattered Pixel is making a move, climbing up to 9th place. Dalipak 41 is holding on to the lead with Ihavik Sema right behind. Josh Biosh is trying to find a way past Dale Pack 41 for 2nd place. Basket and Fee and Amy are nose to tail for 4th. Dale Pack 41 is climbing to the top spot. Basket and Fee has moved up to 4th place. Basket and Fee and Josh Biosh are nose to nose for 3rd. Amy is climbing up to 5th place. Basket and Fee is right behind her, both fighting for 4th. Wayne Gretzky and Dre 192 Bex are nose to nose for 6th. Josh Biosh and Ihavik Sema are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Wayne Gretzky is climbing up to 6th place. Two Peas in the Podcast and Cap Holster are battling it out for 12th. Josh Bijosh just overtook Ihave Exema for 2nd place. Two Peas in the Podcast is climbing up to 12th. Ihave Exema is fighting to regain that 2nd spot. Ihave Exema just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Josh Bijosh is right behind in 3rd. Wayne Gretzky is climbing up to 6th. Josh Bijosh and Ihave Exema are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Shattered Pixel and Amy are locked in a close fight for 6th. Therigas is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. Josh Bijosh just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Amy and Wayne Gretzky are still locked in a close fight for 5th. Dre 192X has also moved up 1 spot and is now 7th. Dre 192X just snuck into 6th place and is closing in. Wayne Gretzky and Dre 192X are nose to tail for 5th. This race is heating up. Dr. Keep Sapaway just climbed 1 spot to 14. Silhouette and Zero Time Ladiv are nose to nose for 18. Basket and V and Ihave Exema are nose to tail for 3rd place. Shattered Pixel and Amy are swapping positions again for 7th. Silhouette just gained a spot and is now 18th. Congratulations to Delapack 41 on winning the race at Brasilia. Looks like someone just took the checkered flag with style. Well done! Wow. Dalepack 41 really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! You clearly have some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just I. Can't wait to see if you can defend your title in the next race. Did you know the 26 Williams FW28 was quite the underdog that season? It was actually considered one of the most aerodynamically advanced cars of its time, but somehow it struggled to keep up with the top teams. It's like the car had all the brains but forgot to bring its speed boots. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and we don't want anyone to miss out on the thrill. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The 2006 Spiker M16 has a certain vintage charm, but probably isn't the fastest car on the track. On the other hand, the Honda Rhino 6 was a pretty competitive Formula 1 car that year, so it might have the edge in speed and handling. I'd say the Honda has the upper hand here, but you never know. Sometimes these AI races throw us a surprise. So, I'm putting my chips on Dr. Felix's Honda for the win. Let's see how it all plays out. Alright, everyone, the race is underway at Ricardo Tormo, and Muttwolf is starting at the front in a classic 2006 Honda RA106. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole. Beats with Kiev is leading the race, followed closely by Muttwolf in second place. I am currently holding the third spot, so let's see if I can keep this momentum going. Muttwolf and Maya are nose to tail for second place. GamerBoss 72 is closing in on the top 5 high. Simplomachus just overtook someone to take 5th place. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing up to 8. Bobardo is making a move to 17th. Mermudem and GamerBoss 72 are neck and neck for 6th place. Amy and Thangaklojo Show were locked in a close fight for 15th. Pondon just gained a spot, and is now 17th. Maya and Beats with Kev are nose to tail for the lead. Amy just overtook someone, and is now in 15th place. London is also climbing, now in 16. Renault T4 and Zachary TV are nose to nose for the 12th spot. The Oncleo Show just sneaked into the 16th place, climbing 1 position. Simplomachus just overtook someone to take the 4th place. James Mayo and Simplomachus are nose to nose for that position. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing up to 7th, inching closer to the pack. Simplomachus is in 5th place with a McLaren MP 421. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Maya and Beats with Kev are nose to tail at the front, no one giving an inch. Amy just climbed 1 spot to 14th, inching closer to the top 10. Renault T4 and Amy are swapping paint for the 14th position. Looks like a close fight. Renault T4 is driving a Renault R26, which is known for its balanced handling. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, trying to find a way forward but not quite making the move yet. Zachary TV and Imogen Tempos are nose to nose for 10th place. Lebis 3 just gained a spot to 12th and is now eyeing Dr. Felix Dykes. Dr. Felix and Plebiscite are also fighting for 12th. Zachary TV is holding on to 10th place with Imogen Tempest right behind. Amy and Dr. Felix are swapping positions for 13th. Renuk T4 and Amy are locked in a close fight for 14th. Zachary TV and Imogen Tempest are nose to tail for 10th place. Amy and Dr. Felix are locked in a close fight for 13th. James Mayo and Simple Markers are nose to tail for 4th place. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 13th. Renok T4 and Dr. Felix are locked in a close fight for 14th. Condon is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 13th. Simple Markers just nudged into 3rd place. James Mayo also making moves, now in 4th. James Mayo is really having a rough time now, sitting in 16th place. Maya and Beats with Kev are nose to tail for the lead. Mootwolf is climbing up to 4th place, gaining 1 spot. Chubby Boy RJ and Muttwolf are nose to tail for 4th place. Renuk T4 is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 15th. GamerBoss72 is driving a Super Agurias A06, currently holding 7th place. Their fastest lap is 1:25.903, so they're hanging in there but not quite close enough to challenge the top. Wow! Beats with Kev just took the victory. Looks like they're unstoppable. Congratulations on the win, champion! Wow, congratulations to Beats with Kev. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. That was an impressive drive. Can't wait to see if they can keep their winning streak going. Sure. Did you know that DTM racing cars are so fast and advanced they are often considered the Formula One of touring cars? They actually have a history of blending high-tech innovation with close racing action. It's like watching a supercar battle but on a funny little racetrack. Alright, so we've got Shotskis in the classic 2001, Mercedes-Benz CLK, and Yes 996 in the somewhat younger 2012 C-Class. Both Mercedes, but quite a difference in age and potentially in agility and tech. The CLK has that vintage charm, and maybe a bit more raw character, while the C-Class might be more refined and possibly faster on the straightaways, thanks to newer engineering. But remember, these are AI drivers, so the real question is who's the better programmed robot? I'd probably tip the edge to Yes 996 in the C-Class purely based on the likely better handling and updated tech. Still, don't count out Shotskis. Sometimes the old-timers surprise us with their resilience. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race at Castlecombe is underway and Shotskis is on pole with that classic 2001 Mercedes-Benz CLK. Let's see if the old-school charm can hold off the pack. Yes 996 has taken an early lead, Shotskis is right behind in second, and Krikshti is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ovidus is climbing up to 5th place now. Gary 17 and Ovidus are nose to tail for 5th. Condon and Gary 17 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Lil Sprout just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. H2 Hova is climbing 2 spots and is now in 9th. Jordan F and H2 Hova are nose to tail for 9th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Jordan F is climbing to 9th place. Sukstakat is making a move to 11th. Sukstakat and H2 Hova are nose to nose for 10th. Zikapal just gained 1 spot, now in 11th place. Sukstakat and Sikapal are nose to tail for that 11th position. Condon and Gary 17 are nose to tail for 6th place. Jordan F and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. H2 Hove and Jordan F are battling hard for 9th. Condon just snuck into the top 5, leaving some races in the dust. Gary 710 and Ovidus are nose to nose. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Sukstakat is creeping closer to H2 Hova. The gap shrinking faster than a snowman in summer. Krishe is climbing up to 3rd place. Gary 710 is also moving up to 6th. Gary 710 and Condon are locked in a close fight for 5th. Ovidus just climbed to 7th place. Jordan F is making a move, up 2 spots to 8. Looks like Maya and Jordan F are nose to nose for 8th place. Condon and Lil Sprout are nose to tail for 4th place. Zikapal and Sukstakat are locked in a close fight for 11th. Hey there, Steve Jumper. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the chaos on the track. Condon is climbing up to 4th place. Trihat Triat is now in the 13th spot. Ashituho Ava is holding on to 9th place, but Maya is right behind, looking for an opening. Trihart Triat and Sikopal are still neck and neck for 12th. Imus and Bees McGee are battling for 16th, not giving an inch. Gary 710 and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 5th place. Suksakat is climbing up to 10th. Trihart Triat is also on the move. Now 12. Maya is driving a 2011 Audi A4 R14, currently in 8th place. Her fastest lap is a 1:10.116, which suggests she's not quite matching her best pace but staying steady. The DTM cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the older Mercedes and Audi models. The newer Renault and Chevrolet are struggling to keep up with the agility of the older cars. Yasmin 196 is leading in a 2012 Mercedes-Benz C-Class, and they're flying with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control and pulling away. Wow, Yasmin 196, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on your win. Wow, Yasmin 196 really pulled off an amazing win. Congratulations on dominating the race. Looks like all that time spent tuning paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure thing. Did you know that the Circuit Bugatti track is actually a part of the historic Le Mans racecourse? That means these AI cars are racing on a track where some of the greatest endurance races in history took place. It's like a little piece of racing legend right in our virtual backyard. Pretty cool, right? Alright, everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite race car yet, now's the time to jump in before the timer runs out. Don't miss your chance to cheer for your preferred robot racer. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. Buckyboard with that sleek Lola B 1180 HPD sounds like a real contender, especially with its lightweight design and racing pedigree. On the other hand, Steve Jumper with a 2001 Cadillac Northstar LMP might have the power, but I wonder if it can keep up in the agility department on Circuit Bugatti. Given the track and the cars, I'd say Buckybird has a slight edge here. The Lola's speed and handling will probably outweigh the Cadillac's raw power. But hey, with AI racing, expect the unexpected. So I'll keep my fingers crossed for some surprises. Alright. Everyone, Lemon Cult Games is starting strong on pole with a classic 1999 Toyota Jeep T1T 020 at Circuit Bugatti. Let's see if that vintage magic can hold off the competition. Lemon Cult Games has shot off the line to take the lead, followed closely by Thomas Moran in second. Amy is holding strong in third, but don't count out anyone just yet. Thomas Moran has taken the lead now at the front of the pack. Zademoji Chames is climbing to fourth place. Maya is making her way to sixth. The race is heating up. Zademoji Chames is climbing to third place. Lucky Bird is making a move to sixth. Ilsivagots is inching up to 11th. Maya is currently in 8th place with the Porsche RS Spider Evotel. Looks like she's holding her own among the GTRs. The race seems tight, but she's not falling behind too much. Lynn Lilac just snuck into 4th place. Steve Jumper is climbing up to 7th. Cherofa Kitten is making a move to 13th. Looks like everyone's on the push today. HP Lootcraft is driving a 2004 Salian 7R. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The tight corners at Circuit Bugatti are making overtakes tricky, but the long straight is giving some cars a chance to stretch their legs. Buckyboard is driving a 2011 Lola B 1180 HPD. They're holding 7th place, so they're hanging in there but not quite threatening the top 3. Looks like a steady race for now. Lemon Cult Games is leading the race in a 1999 Toyota GT1T S020. Looks like they've got a strong start and are holding on to the top spot pretty comfortably. Exclusivo Gots has climbed to 10th place. Cherofa Kitten is now in 11th and gaining ground. HP Lootcraft is right behind, trying to overtake for 11th. Zots Fire just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Maya is right behind, looking for a way past. This is getting interesting. Lord Sicraesby is driving a 2004 Ferrari 550 GTS. They're currently in 15th place, and their race looks like a slow crawl with no notable moves so far. HP Lootcraft is driving a Salian 7R and is currently in the 11th place. Their fastest lap is 1:44.45.1. so they're not exactly setting the world on fire, but holding their ground. Zaydin Morjijam has just snuck into second place. Looks like they're on the move. Crazy Sweet Butt and HP Lootcraft are nose to nose for the 12th spot. Things are heating up there. Cherofakitten just gained a spot, and is now in 10th place. Exclusivagox and Cherofakitten are nose to nose for 10th. Yates Eldaming and Lord Secrecy are locked in a close fight for 14th. Zadimorjijamis is leading in the Peugeot 908, a car known for its endurance and speed. Looks like they're holding a solid lead with the fastest lap so far. Race seems smooth for now. Linilak and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for 3rd place. Zots Fired is climbing up to 7th. Looks like he's got some extra juice today. Amy is really closing in on Lin Lilac now. The gap is shrinking fast. Buckyboard has just overtaken someone and is now in 7th place. Lemon Cult Games is driving a Toyota GT 1 TS020 from 1999. They started in the lead and are holding on to 3rd place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so they're maintaining a solid pace but not quite catching the front runners. Cherofakitten is gaining on Maya quickly. HP Lootcraft and Exclusivagox are nose to nose for 11th place. Gates Elgaming and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a fierce fight for 13. Congratulations to Thomas Moran on winning the race. Looks like someone was just too fast for the rest. Well done. Wow, Thomas Moran, you did it! Congratulations on winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. And for everyone else, remember, Steve Jumper is the lucky one who gets to claim the 2001 Cadillac Northstar LMP. Looks like someone's going home with a shiny new ride today. Sure thing. Did you know that GT1 racing cars were some of the most powerful and outrageous machines on the track during the early 2000s? They basically looked like street cars on steroids with huge spoilers and jaw-dropping aerodynamics. It's like they took everyday cars and turned the dial all the way up to 11 just to make racing even flashier. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your moment. The clock is ticking and we don't want any last-minute panic, do we? Get those selections in before it's too late. Let's see which machine will dominate the race. Alright, we've got Ren Kaori in the 1997 Panos Esperante GR1 and Imogen Tempest with a 1998 Porsche 911 GT 198. Both are iconic, but the GTR1 has that raw American muscle vibe with a lot of power, while the Porsche is all about precision and handling. On a track like Oschersleben, which favors agility and cornering, I'd say Imogen's Porsche might have the edge, especially in tight turns. But if Ren Kaori's Panos can unleash its speed on the straights, it might just pull ahead. It's a close call, but I'd put my chips on the Porsche for a slightly better chance. Still, anything can happen, and I'm excited to see how these AI drivers handle the challenge. Alright folks, the race is underway at Oschersleben, and Mattisberry is starting on pole in a classic 1997 Panos Esperante GR1 UT. Looks like we've got some vintage muscle ready to show these new kids how it's done. The race kicks off with Apex Milkbag leading the pack, followed closely by Mattisberry in second place. Amy currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Basket and Fee's right behind her, so the battle is heating up. Hubote and Mergutsu neck and neck for 9th. V39 has just overtaken 3 cars and is now in 11th place. Lil Sprout has moved up 1 spot to 12. Looks like VD39 and Lil Sprout are nose to tail fighting for 11th. Mattisberry just took the lead, claiming first place. Amy is now in second, inching closer to the front. Shalesy climbs to third, keeping the pressure on. Maya's Toyota GT1 TS020 is in 8th place and hasn't shown any signs of slowing down. Looks like she's holding her own in the pack. Maya is driving a 1998 Toyota GT1 TS020, currently in 8th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress yet. Ren Kaori and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for 4th place. Imogen Tempest and I are locked in a close fight for 6th. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a 1992 Audi Vive Quattro.8. They are currently in 16th place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Ren Kaori and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for 4th place. Basket and Fee and Imogen Tempest are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. V39 is climbing up the ranks, now in 10th after a smooth move. Ren Kaori advances to 4th place. Imogen Tempest also moves up 1 spot to take 6th. Maya and Imogen Tempest are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a close fight. Mirgutsu is making a move, now in 6th place. V39 is right behind, also climbing up 3 spots to 7. Cloud Surfer 69 is not far behind, grabbing 8th. after overtaking 3 cars. Looks like a tight scramble for the middle of the pack. Bubute is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 11. Jackson de Box is right behind, also up 3 spots to 12. Das Kittenvieh is gaining ground as well, moving up 3 positions to 13. Looks like they're all on a mission. Crazy Sweet Butt is climbing up to 8th place. Exception is also moving up to 10th place. The race is heating up. Bubute moves up 1 spot into the 10th place. Das Kittenvieh is gaining on Jackson de Box, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Imogen Tempus is also making a move, closing in on VD39 by 1.5 seconds. Das Kittenvieh is gaining on Jackson de Box, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Imogen Tempus is inching closer to VD39, but still a second behind. Cloud Surfer 69 is closing in on Mirgutsu, cutting the gap by a second. Exception is climbing up to 8th place. Imogen Tempus is moving up to 15th place. Bubute just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Das Kittenvieh is closing in on Jackson de Box, shrinking the gap by almost 2 seconds. Lil Sprout just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Das Kittenvieh is closing in on Jackson de Box. The gap shrinks by 2.2 seconds. Global T and VD39 are nose-to-nose for 16th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing to 6th place. Except Sean is now 7th. Jackson de Box has moved up to 11th. Bubute is climbing up to 8th place. Das Kittenvieh is making a move to 12th. Global Shield is chipping away at VD39's lead, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Wow, Amy, you really sped your way to victory. Congratulations on winning the race. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow. Amy really drove away with it. Congratulations on the win. You totally earned that trophy. And since Amy did the most overtakes, they get to claim the 1997 Nissan R390 GT1. Nice choice. Looks like the race just got a lot more interesting with all these new car owners. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Feldbergring has a lot of tight turns and elevation changes, so a car that can maneuver well and stay stable through the curves will have the edge. It's not just about raw speed but about how well the car can stick to the road and navigate those tricky sections. Power is nice, but if you can't keep it on the track, all that speed doesn't matter much. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown on Feldbergring. The 1952 Kuzma Afi is a classic, known for its raw power and nostalgic charm. Meanwhile, the 1963 Agachanian Watson brings a slightly more refined, maybe a bit more aerodynamic edge to the table. Honestly, it could go either way. The Kuzma Afi might have that burst of straight-line speed from its older but mighty engine, but the Watson's design might help it handle those tricky corners a bit better. If I had to guess, I'd say the Watson might edge out a win thanks to its potentially better maneuverability. But don't count out that vintage muscle from the Kuzma Afi. Sometimes those old cars surprise you when you least expect it. Either way, this is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright, everyone. The race has just kicked off at Feldbergring. Leading the pack is J-Zil Gaming in the classic 1952 Kuzma Afi, starting on pole at 20. Looks like we're in for some vintage thrill rides today. J-Zil Gaming has shot to the front as the race begins. Rowdy Vzurov is right behind in second place, and Max Beerley is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Rowdy Vzurov and J-Zil Gaming are nose to tail for the lead. Max Beerley and Rowdy Vzurov are still fighting hard for second place. Maya and Max Beerley are locked in a close fight for third. J-Zil Gaming is holding on to the lead, but Rowdy Vzurov is right on his tail. GM and Prime and Kyosify are swapping positions every corner. Still neck and neck. James Mayo and Unknown Tactics are trading places in the mid-pack. Looks like a game of leapfrog. J-Zil Gaming and Rowdy Vzurov are neck and neck for first place. HP Lootcraft is climbing to 16. Leech Mepsi is making a move to 19. J-Zil Gaming and Rowdy Vzurov are nose to nose at the front. Elisatona 1095 just snuck into the top 20. Leech Mepsi is stalking James Mayo, closing the gap like a hawk. J-Zil Gaming and Rowdy Vzurov are nose to nose for the lead. HP Lootcraft is closing in on Unknown Tactics, chipping away at the gap. On. J-Zil Gaming and Rowdy Vzurov are nose to nose at the front. Amy just sneaked into 6th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing fast, Now in 8. It's Ilgaming and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to nose for the lead. Dude Smokey Ublunt is closing in on Dr. Monkey 13, fast cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Stankit is climbing up the chart, now in 10th place after moving up 1 spot. Jade Ilgaming and Rowdy Zerolf are neck and neck for first place. Shikomaru is climbing to 11th. HP Lootcraft is also moving up to 15th. Jade Ilgaming and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to tail at the front. James Mayo and Unknown Tactiz are locked in a close fight for 16. Your Instinct and Bleach Mepsi are battling it out for 19. Jade Ilgaming and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to nose for the lead. Kalmetwi is closing the gap on Maya by a second and a 10th. Bleach Mepsi is climbing the ranks, now in 18th place. Jade Ilgaming and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to tail for the lead. Unknown Tactiz just sneaked up 1 spot to 15. HP Lootcraft and Unknown Tactiz are also fighting hard for that 15th place. Jade Ilgaming and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to nose at the front. Kalmetwi just sneaked into 4th place. Amy is chipping away at my lead, closing the gap by a whole second. .2. Jade Ilgaming is holding a narrow lead over Rowdy Zerolf at the front. Amy and Maya are nose to nose for 5th place. Dude Smokey Blunt and Dr. Monkey 13 are locked in a fierce fight for 8. Wow. Jade Gaming took the checkered flag. Looks like they were just too fast for everyone else. Well done. Wow. Jade Gaming really pushed through and took the win. Congratulations on the victory. Looks like all that virtual racing practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can do it again in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the F1 1996 racing cars were among the last to feature manual gearboxes before electronic aids started taking over? That means drivers had to be really on their game, timing every shift perfectly. So basically, it was like racing with a high-tech pedal-powered beast. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. We don't want anyone to miss out on the thrill of watching these incredible AI drivers race. Make your choice now or forever hold your peace. Alright, this is a classic showdown. The Williams FW18 is known for its raw speed and handling, especially in the hands of a skilled driver, or in this case, AI Dwight. The Ferrari F310 is no slouch either, but it tends to excel in different conditions. Considering the track is Monza Retro, with all those high-speed straights and tricky chicanes, I'd probably lean towards the Williams. It has that extra punch in the top end that's perfect for Monza's fast layout. Naturally Unlucky might just have the edge here, but don't count H2 Hova's Ferrari out yet. Sometimes, it's all about the momentary burst of speed. Let's see who's got the better AI instincts. Alright folks, S. Games is taking the lead from pole position in the 40FG01B. A real blast from the past at Monza Retro. Let's see if they can hold on to it, or if the others are ready to overtake. S. Games has taken an early lead, holding first place. Keishi's right behind in second, and Enner Savage is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is now in fifth place, climbing up one spot. Prodigy placed 58, and Cheese and Dash Hour are locked in a close fight for 7. Amy has also gained one position, now in 9th. Kakrish is dropping back to 8th place. Senara Savage is climbing to 2nd. Natalian Lucky is moving up to 3rd. Kakrish is really having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 15. Maya and Naturalian Lucky are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd place. Rosa Gargaming is climbing up to 8th. Inching closer to the top 10. N.A. Savage and S. Games are neck and neck for first place. Krishk is closing in on Lemon Cult Games, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Krishk is driving a Jordan 196. Which is known for its balanced handling. They started in 2nd place and are currently in 8th, so they're making some moves but still have ground to cover. Naturalian Lucky is climbing to 2nd place. Rosé Gami is now 7th. Catgirl TM has moved into 10th. The race is heating up. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Lemon Cult Games is inching closer to the top 10, now in 14th. Amy just made a move, climbing to 8th. Maya is closing in on the car ahead, looking for a way to overtake. Senra Savage is defending hard, but Maya is showing some serious patience. Meanwhile, Amy and Rosa Galgaming are neck and neck, swapping positions every corner. It's a real game of cat and mouse at the back. Achi Tuhova is holding off Maya by a car length for 4th place. Rosa Galgaming and Prodigy place 58 are wheel-to-wheel for 6th. Amy and Rose Galgaming are nose to tail for 7th. Act 2, Hoveya and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Roségot Goming and Prodigy Place 58 are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 9th, making a move. Appy-Dope just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Appy-Dope and Catgirl TM are nose-to-nose for 9th. D-Sets and Cheese and Dash Hour are also battling it out for 11th. Senar Savage is driving a Benetton B196. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. The F1 1996 cars are quite evenly matched here, but the track's high-speed nature at Monza favors the more agile and stable cars, like the Williams and McLaren. The car class seems to be keeping the top contenders close, but the track speed demands are clearly influencing overtakes and lap times. Wow, S7 Games just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their virtual racing skills. Well done. Wow, S7 Games really pulled it off. Great job winning that race. Looks like they've got some serious driving skills, or maybe just really good luck today. Either way, congratulations. Oh, the 2013 Caterham 500 is actually one of the lightest and most agile cars you can find in the racing world. It could go from 0 to 60 in just over 2.5 seconds. That's quicker than most sports cars, all thanks to its tiny but mighty 2-liter supercharged engine. It's basically a go-kart with a license to thrill. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your ride yet, now's the time to make that decision. The countdown is almost up. So don't be the one left watching from the sidelines while everyone else speeds past in their fancy AI cars. Get your choices in before it's too late. Oh, this is an interesting matchup for sure. The Jaguar CX-75, despite being a bit of a classic, has that sleek design and agility, which could give it a sneaky advantage on tight turns. But the Camaro Sloan, with its raw power and modern engineering, is probably the heavy hitter here. Honestly, I'd say the Camaro has the edge because of its horsepower and modern tech, but don't count out the Jaguar's finesse and handling. My bet is that Evolution 954 with the Camaro will take the win. But my heart says My Styler 21 might surprise us all with some clever driving. We'll see. Alright folks, the race is underway at Circuit du Val. Bass Kitten Fee is starting on pole in a 2019 McLaren Speedtail. So get ready for some high-speed action from a serious supercar. Let's see if they can hold that lead. Bass Kitten Fee has taken the lead right out of the gate. Skozer Ups is holding strong in second place, and Patzos is close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is trying to overtake Patzos for fourth place. T-Boom and Kazimir are nose to tail for sixth. Amy is holding steady in third, but the gap is closing. T-Boom just sneaked into sixth place. Kazumir and T-Boom are still locked in a close fight for sixth. My Styler 21 is inching up to eighth. Maya is holding steady in third place. Amy just overtook someone to move into second. Kazumir and T-Boom are still neck and neck for sixth. T-Boom is climbing fast, now in fifth place. Patzos and T-Boom are nose to tail for fifth. My Styler 21 is making a move, now in seventh. He's also in a close fight with Patzos for sixth. T-Boom is closing in on Maya, and has cut the gap by a second. Kazumir is climbing 2 spots, and now sits in sixth place. Patzos and My Styler 21 are nose-to-nose fighting for seventh. My Styler 21 is now in sixth place after overtaking Kazumir. Crystal 33 has also moved up 1 spot to take 8. The battle for sixth is heating up. Crystal 33 just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Alan 656 also moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Alan 656 is driving a 2019 McLaren Speedtail, which is known for its sleek design and impressive speed. Looks like Alan is struggling a bit, currently in 10th place and quite a bit behind the leader. T-Boom is making a move up to 4th place. Alan 656 is climbing to 9th place. My Styler 21 is closing in on Maya, and has cut the gap by a second and a half. Evolution 954 is climbing up to 10th place. Patzos and Evolution 954 are nose to tail battling for 10th. Basket Nippy is leading the race in a 2019 McLaren Speedtail. Their fastest lap is 57.401 seconds, showing solid pace. Looks like they're comfortably ahead so far. T-Bone just snuck into third place. My Namai Style at 21 is inching closer to fifth. Alan 656 is making a charge, climbing 2 spots to sixth. Looks like Alan 656 and my Namai Styler 21 are about to turn this into a tight little duel for fifth. Alan 656 is climbing to fourth place, leaving some behind. Crystal 33 is now seventh, making a little progress. Evolution 954 is catching up to Kazoomer Girl, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Things are heating up. Well, look at that. Fast Kitten KB just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Basket TV really showed us who's boss out there. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Looks like they've got the skills to pay the bills. Alright everyone, it looks like we need to take a quick pause for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back in just a few minutes to continue watching these amazing AI cars race. Sit tight, maybe grab a snack, and I'll